My name is Dr. Jesus Colmenares, and I will be the interpreter, English, Spanish, and I will be located in the back, now in Spanish. Mi nombre es el Dr. Jesus Colmenares y voy a ser el intérprete en español. Voy a estar ubicado al final de el salón. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. So a couple of announcements before we get started. Here in the Cottonwood location, we have a couple of exits that the fire marshal wanted me to point out. There are 2 exits to my right and my left in the behind me, and then one in the area that you probably all came in through. If you'll look in the back and see the exit sign. There's also a restroom out there towards the exit sign for men and women. And we also have on the microphone for everyone who is speaking, you can adjust it to your comfort. So feel free to go ahead and adjust it if you are shorter or taller. That would be fine. Also, we are going to start right now doing the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone will stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, justice for all. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to Commissioner Lerner.
Good evening and welcome everybody. We're really glad to see so many people here wanting to participate in this process. I now call to order the public hearing. There is a transcriptionist who will be recording every word. We ask that you please speak slowly and clearly so we have a clear record of your input. At this time, we will introduce ourselves.
Hello, everyone. I am Chairwoman Newberg, and I live in Chandler, and it's wonderful to be here in Cottonwood.
And I am Shireen Lerner. I'm a representative from Maricopa County.
I believe we also have Commissioner Meal, who is calling in right now, and we will try to unmute him and put him on the panelist display.
Okay, so now what we will do is move to agenda item 2, public comment. Staff will now read the rules.
In compliance with Arizona's open meeting laws, speakers should confine their statements to the issue on the posted agenda, which is before the commission. Speakers are also requested to limit their comments to approximately 2 minutes. The 2 minutes will be strictly enforced for all speakers. Additionally, speakers are required to follow proper decorum. Speakers must use appropriate language. Foul and/or abusive language will not be tolerated. Any speaker failing to follow proper decorum or any other guidelines may be asked to leave. Any breach of the peace or a disruption of the commission public hearing may be cause of report to law enforcement. If someone has already expressed the same sentiment you wish to express, you may say so and your comments will be recorded. If you have already spoken at a previous meeting, your comments were recorded in the public record. Opposing viewpoints may be expressed by the citizens present. As a courtesy, citizens are reminded to address their comments to the chair and the commission and not to the audience present. Please show respect for all speakers and avoid personal comments. Remember, the commission must hear all sides of an issue to make an informed decision. We will now begin public comment, and I'll ask Michelle to call the first speakers.
I will be calling the first 10 speakers, and if the speakers can line up accordingly against that wall and come up as soon as the speaker in front of them is done. The first speaker is the mayor of the town of Camp Verde, Dee Jenkins. Next speaker is Joe Buettner, vice mayor of Camp Verde. Next speaker is Harry Oberg, Ron Watley, Jessica Williamson, Susan Fairchild speaking for Supervisor Donna Michaels. Seventh speaker is Bill Rangar. Eighth speaker is Sedona Mayor, I'm sorry if I can't, Scott Jabot. And also City Council from Sedona, Holly Plug, and Kathy Kinsella. For the 10 speakers, first speaker is Dee Jenkins.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this meeting. My name is Dee Jenkins. I'm the mayor of the town of Camp Verde. And I have a statement to read on behalf of the town of Camp Verde. Town of Camp Verde values an outcome that creates a district that maintains the Verde Valley communities that includes the Yavapai Apache Nation, the city of Sedona, Cottonwood, Jerome, and Clarkdale, as well as other unincorporated areas around the Verde Valley. We want these together within a district. Further, the town of Camp Verde seeks a legislative and congressional district outcome that recognizes the importance of aligning communities of interest. The town of Camp Verde values placement within a district with other communities that have similar common interests related to our economy, educational institutions, public safety, infrastructure such as transportation and broadband, our healthcare systems, natural resources, emphasizing our most precious resource, the Verde River, ecotourism, and economic development opportunities. At our next regular session council meeting on December the 1st, we will discuss the exact plan that we will endorse. Thank you.
Excuse me. My name is Joe Butner. I'm the vice mayor of Camp Verde. I guess we're real lucky that we got called up first. We'll get this thing rolling, hopefully the right direction. I heard the statement that our town council endorsed in Camp Verde, read by the mayor. And that statement was actually submitted to us by the town of Sedona. And we wanted to be cooperative with Sedona, but that was before we found out that Sedona voted to be included with Coconino County. We don't want to be included with Coconino County in a legislative district, nor do we want to be included with Pima County in a legislative district as we have been in the past. We do believe that we have common interests of economy and educational institutions, public safety, infrastructure, transportation, broadband, healthcare systems, natural resources, emphasizing, of course, the Verde River, and ecotourism, as well as economic development opportunities that are very common to all of the communities in the Verde Valley. And we want to be kept together. We don't belong with Arizona down in the south or Arizona down in the north, or for that matter, rural Arizona over in the east. We belong with central Arizona and with Yavapai County, and that's what we ask. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Harry Oberg, and I'm a supervisor of Yavapai County. I fully concur with the current map, which shows Yavapai County as its own legislative district. I find this appropriate since our county's population is very near the required target of 238,000 per district. Also, this map supports our long-standing communities of interest, which include our Western rural heritage, culture, and lifestyle, and our collective concern in Yavapai County for saving the Verde River. I hear that the town of Sedona wants to not be split between two legislative districts. I totally agree. So the only change I propose to the current map is to have this very small portion of the town of Sedona and Coconino County be included in Yavapai County's LD5. This makes infinitely more sense than the most recent maps by the Coconino County Board of Supervisors and others, which proposes to remove the Verde Valley, which is approximately 1/3 of my county's residents, and realign that elected officials of other counties propose to complicate the policy making and governing of our county, and makes it more complex for our Board of Supervisors to provide support for our county citizens and their communities. We would never, as a Board of Supervisors, meddle or violate Coconino County's or any other county sovereignty in the governing and support of their constituents and communities. So in closing, I feel that keeping Yavapai County as its own LD and including the entire town of Sedona and LD5 is fair and consistent with the constitutional principles that establish the Independent Redistricting Commission. Further, it is the intent of the Yavapai County Board of Supervisors to be inclusive in all of our decisions and matters of policy to remove a perceived schism that has developed over time in the valley. Removing the Verde Valley from the current proposed LD5 would greatly complicate our board's governing efforts in this regard. Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for your time, and I'll look forward to your support in maintaining our county sovereignty. Thank you.
Calling Robin Watley the second time. Robin Watley.
Okay. My name is Robin Watley. I'm a city council member for the town of Camp Verde. Yet I do have strong ties to Prescott and the surrounding area. I was born in Prescott. I graduated from Prescott High School and from Prescott College. I spent my childhood years in Chino Valley. Currently, I've been a resident of Camp Verde for 40 years. I am greatly concerned about Camp Verde being lumped into the same legislative district as Prescott. A representative from all of Yavapai County would likely be more interested in the issues and concerns of the Prescott area with its higher population. We in the Verde Valley have seen this bias, particularly in our minority votes on the Board of County Supervisors and in decisions made by Yavapai College. The citizens of Camp Verde, of the Verde Valley deserve the same level of representation as those who reside in the Prescott area. Up to this point, the Verde Valley has enjoyed the benefits of not being linked to Prescott legislatively. By being in competitive legislative and congressional districts, it means our cities and towns receive better attention from our representatives. I'd like to urge you to consider maps that keep the Verde Valley in competitive districts. The current draft maps do not do that. You have the opportunity to keep our current representation that we've had up to this point separate from that of Prescott. Please keep our legislators attentive to us in the Verde Valley and allow LDF 50 and LDF 51 maps to move forward. Thank you for your time and attention to this incredibly important decision that you are tasked with.
I'm Jessica Williamson. I'm an elected member of the Sedona City Council. I urge you to accept maps LDF 050 and 051 that were submitted by the Coconino Board of Supervisors and supported unanimously by the Sedona City Council. You may not know, but the Mingus Mountains create a real and significant separation between the Verde Valley and Prescott. It's not made up. It's a significant mountain. Sedona is part of the Verde Valley, not Prescott or Prescott Valley. Those are over the mountains. I don't go over the mountains very often, but I do go to Flagstaff often. I go there to shop. I go there to see my doctors. I go there to hike. Flagstaff is my community of interest, not Prescott. The mountains make a huge separation. Yavapai County is huge. It's the size of Rhode Island and Connecticut together, and it's the 5th fastest growing county in Arizona. It's growing fast. In the draft maps, 12 of the 15 counties are split between electoral districts. Given that, there doesn't seem to be any rationale for arguing to keep Yavapai together just for that reason. The community of interests are different. In fact, the fact that Yavapai County is so big argues that perhaps it should be 2 districts with 2 sets of representatives. LDF 050 and 051 meet the IRC criteria that you're all mandated to look at. They're competitive. The current maps are not competitive. They fail miserably at that criteria. Those LDF 50 and 51 also reflect a real, genuine, on the ground, everyday community of interests.
For anybody who's standing in the back, there's a ton of chairs up front if you want to come up here and sit.
Good evening. My name is Susie Fairchild. I'm here representing Yavapai County District Supervisor Donna Michaels. She has asked me to read her redistricting position statement to you, so these are her words. As a 30-year resident of the Verde Valley and serving as Yavapai County Supervisor, I encourage the IRC to carefully consider and strongly support the intrinsic values of our communities in determining redistricting considerations. The Verde Valley is comprised of communities of interest consisting of Sedona, Camp Verde, Cottonwood, Clarkdale, Jerome, the Yavapai Apache Nation, and all unincorporated communities of eastern Yavapai County into one legislative and congressional district. Communities of interest include not only shared values and interests, but also community outcomes. For example, natural resources, regenerative, sustainable, and robust economies. Infrastructure such as transportation and broadband, healthcare systems, education, ecotourism, and inclusivity by bringing the best qualities to our communities of interest. As supervisor, I encourage our county to be considered competitive with no partisan entity having an advantage greater than 5% of political party affiliated registered voters, as currently represented by Community Draft Map LD 0013. The independent spirit of the Verde Valley is best served through competitive districts which empower all of our rural voices to have agency in selecting our elected officials. I encourage everyone on the commission to hear the importance that this independent redistricting commission respects and ensures communities of interest remain together. I am deeply concerned that the potential for partisan politics might prevent rural Arizona residents from having the best representation possible by potentially reducing, eliminating candidates from consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And before our next speaker comes up, I just wanted to announce there's a line at the building of people who want to come in and be heard. If you have already spoken and you do not want to remain for the rest of the meeting, we are streaming it on WebEx and YouTube. So you are welcome to leave and watch it on YouTube for the remainder of it so other people can come in because we're at capacity right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and IRC members. My name is Bill Regner. I'm a member of the Town Council in Clarkdale. Our Mayor, Robin Prudhomme-Bauer, will be presenting Clarkdale's position. The following words are my own. The concept of a Yavapai County district is an attractive idea. That's why we have supervisor districts. They serve the county very well. District 3, which we're sitting in right now, 5 years ago elected a Republican. 1 year ago, a Democrat. That's a competitive district. I like that. It reflects who we are. Every voter is franchised and empowered. The current draft map for this legislative district gives a 28.5-point advantage to one party. That size of an advantage potentially disenfranchises about 65% of our voters. I ask your efforts to accomplish two priorities: keep the Verde Valley whole, including the portion of Sedona that is in Coconino County, and put the Verde Valley in a competitive district by either adjusting the current draft legislative district or adopting one that achieves goals similar to LDF 050. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Chair Newberg, members of the Commission. My name is Scott Jablow, and I'm the Vice Mayor for the City of Sedona. The City of Sedona has presented testimony at several public hearings of the IRC. In that testimony, the city has remained consistent that Sedona should be kept intact with both the congressional district and the legislative district, and not be split by county lines. The city also requested a district that maintains the Verde Valley communities together within a congressional and legislative districts. While the congressional district does reflect this request, the legislative maps do not. The current maps adopted by the IRC split Sedona and the Verde Valley and splits half of Sedona from Flagstaff. As a city with a population of less than 10,000, splitting our small community and splitting us from our region makes absolutely no sense. Sedona works with our neighboring communities and shares common interests on issues such as housing, economic development, tourism, healthcare, transportation, and education, and many other long-term alliances. The current maps remove a portion of our city and its residents from these relationships and bonds. The City of Sedona requests reconsideration of the proposed legislative district boundaries and supports of the map submitted by Coconino County, LDF 50 and 51. These maps reflect Sedona's values and meet the constitutional mandates of communities of interest, equal population, geographical compactness, and competitiveness. We ask that the City of Sedona be kept intact to ensure our residents can continue to speak with one voice as a community. We further ask that our city be kept with its neighboring communities so that our region may have unified representation in matters before the state. Thank you for the evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Thank you.
Holly Plug, elected member of the Sedona City Council. Tonight I want to talk about the 3 Northern Arizona districts and competitiveness. Not a single one of these districts are competitive by the standards set by you. LD5, 28.5%, LD6, 42.4%, and LD7, 29.8%. How can this be justified? Your own adopted standards define competitiveness as below 7%. What is being proposed in Northern Arizona are 3 safe districts. The outcome will be determined in the primary. With a disparity of nearly 30 points in LD 5 and 7, what candidate would be willing to be a sacrificial lamb and run when the outcome is preordained? Further, voices of independence, 1/3 of our registered voters, and who already have an extra step to vote in a primary, will be diminished. They will not have an opportunity to vote in a general election. And members of the minority party would have to re-register in order to vote in the primary and have any say in who would represent them in the state legislature. And it doesn't have to be this way. Maps have been submitted, LDF 50 and 51, which would right this wrong. LDF 50 would create one of the most competitive districts in the state, 50.2% versus 49.8%. Competitive districts foster the best candidates, campaigns that reach out to all voters, legislators that are accountable to their constituents, and the voice of independence on parity with voters registered as members of political parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I am Kathy Kinsella, a City Councilor for the City of Sedona. The Sedona City Council unanimously supports the maps LDF 50 and LDF 51. You have previously heard from numerous residents of Sedona asking you to please consider these maps as they, 1, keep Sedona intact without being split by county lines, 2, keep Sedona with our Verde Valley neighbors as we truly are a community of interest, 3, keep Sedona in a district with Flagstaff with which we share our commerce, tourism, jobs, housing, our topography and history, our healthcare systems network of doctors and hospitals, and our transportation and transit corridors. What these maps also achieve is meeting the requirement of Prop 106 to establish competitive districts. The current draft maps for Northern Arizona create districts that are so uncompetitive, it would ensure one party's representation for the next 10 years. Competition within districts fosters moderation because candidates must appeal to people with differing views. Sedona is a city of less than 10,000 people. Splitting us into 2 districts would dilute our community voice in the election process and in the legislative process. County lines have no bearing on the makeup of legislative and congressional districts. Many Arizona counties are split among voting districts. There is no reason to treat Yavapai County any differently. Residents of the county will still pay their taxes and will still expect to have the same service relationship with Yavapai County. County lines are not affected by election district mapping. Conflating the two ignores the mandates given to the IRC to draw electoral districts that preserve communities of interest, achieve equal population, respect geographical compactness, and foster competitiveness. LDF 50 and LDF 51 meet those constitutional mandates. Thank you.
We will now turn the time over to Desert Ridge.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. From Desert Ridge, I'd like to take this time to introduce our Spanish interpreter.
Good evening, Spanish interpreter, if you need my... Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Brenda. Si necesita intérprete de español, estoy ahí atrás.
First five, Daniels, Suzanne, Alexander Sato, Geneva Guzman.
Redistricting commissioners, I really appreciate you allowing, it's not on? Closer? Okay. I am a 33-year resident of Cave Creek and have been active in community affairs and environmental education. I've read a lot of national papers that say that gerrymandering is at a huge uptick across the United States. Arizona voters were the first to demand competitive districts when remapping, and I want your commission to lead the country in making Arizona districts more competitive and strengthening our democracy. Safe districts do not enhance democracy, but lead to extremism and petty legislation that erodes faith in democracy and bad laws. Competitive districts require candidates to appeal to a broad sections of populations and leads to moderation and quality legislation. Your proposed 10.1 map does not reflect enough competitiveness. Out of 30 districts, there are only 6 that meet your criteria of 7% vote spread. The new LD3 district is not at all competitive with a 40.4% advantage to one party and is a far cry from the stated goal of 7% disparity. This is not acceptable because you are disenfranchising many citizens. Thank you for moving Cave Creek out of Yavapai County. Doesn't sound like anybody wants to be with Prescott. But moving us east to Fountain Hills and eastern Arizona towards Gila County is no better. We are geographically cut off from them, and there's no center of interest or easy access. Please put Cave Creek and Carefree into district.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Elisa Daniels, and I have lived and voted in Carefree for 35 years. Thank you for listening to my concerns today. My comments are on legislative draft map number 10. The LD draft map 10 does not fulfill compactness, competitiveness, or communities of interest, the 3 Cs, especially the former LD1, and violates natural geographic boundaries, i.e. the McDowell Mountains. This problem has a remedy. My community of interest runs south towards Phoenix, not west of I-17 or east of the McDowell Mountains to Lake Roosevelt, which is a 2-hour drive. We propose extending the 2 sides of current LD1 Maricopa County south towards Phoenix along Tatum Cave Creek Road corridor. This creates an LD that fulfills the 3 Cs and geography. Specifically, I would like to see the proposed LD3 reflect the 4 to 7% vote spread instead of the 20% imbalance as currently drawn. Also, I'd like to see that all 18 to 20 proposed touching or included in Maricopa County be redrawn to reflect our communities of interest and to ensure more districts have partisan vote spreads closer to the commission-approved 4 to 7%. The political extremism we all witness is exacerbated by unbalanced districts that allow petitions to cater to only one side of the political spectrum. Balanced districts favor moderate candidates who must compete for voters from both parties. We want politicians that can focus on critical issues such as sustainable water, education, jobs, and healthcare. I would like to see the IRC aid in lowering the highly partisan temperature and improve the political discourse in this state. By creating more politically balanced districts, this can be your legacy. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. My name is Suzanne Mead from Carefree, a northern suburb of Phoenix. I'm here to address concerns about the proposed LD3. Having spent the past week trying to craft maps respecting all 6 criteria, I appreciate the difficult task this commission has in front of it. This said, I feel that you can do better to represent my interests and those of my neighbors. Contrary to earlier assessments that LD3 meets constitutional criteria, I believe it fails on 4 counts. The first and second are compactness and geography. LD3 extends into a vast wilderness. Several mountain chains make it almost impossible to get from here to there in 2 hours. Why would I want to go to Sunflower or Tortilla Flat for my health, retail, and entertainment services? I go there for fun, but not that. Even Fountain Hills is a 45-minute drive from my home. This brings me to my third point, community of interest. We are a suburb of Phoenix. Our community runs south along Cave Creek Road and Tatum Boulevard to places like Desert Ridge, right here, MIM, Mayo Clinic, and Costco. Last but not least, competitiveness. LD3 has a 20% vote spread, which exceeds the 4 to 7% standard set by the commission. Safe districts, regardless of party, allow candidates to pander to an extremist base at the expense of others. Politically balanced districts, on the other hand, are good for voters. Legislators are more responsive and voters have more moderate choices. This map's 24 states would deprive over 1 million voters of the opportunity to elect their own candidates. I strongly urge the commission to create more evenly balanced districts, especially in the increasingly diverse Maricopa County. Please also move Carefree and Cave Creek communities out of the eastern portion of LD3 and connect us with our natural urban setting where we shop, work, and play. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Commission. My name is Alexandra Rosado, and I currently live on the intersection of Thomas Road and 48th Street. My area was currently called District 4 in the draft maps, and I was right at the southernmost part of the north side of Thomas. And I'm satisfied with the new proposed district. I feel that it's very reflective of my community. I countless times I'm always at that Costco, Target. I'm out in the community going to the Roadrunners Farmers Market, going to the Papago Mountains for hiking. I'm always enjoying the area. And just like a lot of people have reflected, by keeping the district is extremely competitive as it is now, as proposed, and it is a way to heal the divisiveness that we have suffered in the political arena in the last 4 years, and especially it heated up during the last election cycle. Because I believe the way we can bridge those gaps is by actually talking to one another. Because the more we entrench ourselves in our own party, in our own bunkers, it will never heal. We'll never come together and keep pushing this country and the state of Arizona. Right? We always think of what happened to politicians like John McCain. The way the system that is running right now will never be able to elect leaders like that if you don't keep the districts competitive. Have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Genoveva Guzmán, vivo en Mesa, cerca de la McKelvey Center, por 25 años. Soy trabajadora en un hotel. Tengo un hijo que apenas empezó high school. Soy un líder del sindicato en mi lugar de trabajo y yo sé el impacto de hablar por mí mismo y por mis compañeros. Intento hacer lo mismo en mi comunidad.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Genoveva Guzman. I live in Mesa, close to McKellips Shopping Center. I've lived there for 25 years. I work at a hotel and I have a son that he just started attending high school. I am a leader at my work. We have a union leader. I am a union leader in my workplace, and I know the impact of speaking up for myself and my coworkers. I try to do the same in my community.
Le pido que mantenga unida a la comunidad latina tanto como sea posible. Creo que esto se ha hecho bien en Mesa. Sin embargo, me preocupan las divisiones que hay en Chandler, en Gilbert. Manteniendo unida a la comunidad latina es importante porque compartimos muchos valores e intereses. Cuando podemos unificar nuestras voces, ayudamos a que nuestros líderes electos escuchen a nuestra comunidad.
I ask you to keep the Latino community together as much as possible in the maps. I think that this has been done as well in Mesa. However, I worry about the divisions in Chandler and Gilbert. Keeping the Latino communities together is important because we share many values and interests. When we are able to unify our voices, it helps our community be heard by elected leaders.
Por favor, asegúrense de que cuiden como asegúrense de que ciudades como Chandler y Gilbert no intenten no estén divididas en estos distritos. Si las ciudades y la comunidad latina están divididas, diluye la voz de la comunidad latina que vive en esta área.
Please ensure that cities like Chandler and Gilbert are not divided into so many districts. This dilutes the voice of the Latino community living in those areas.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next 5 speakers are Raquel Amani, Linda Meithoff, Danielle Conway, Robert Melican, Ellen Kozakis.
Good evening, Madam Chairperson and Commissioners. My name is Raquel Mamani. I'm a teacher. I'm a PTO president, public school advocate, proud Arizona native, and mother of 13-year-old twins. I've called Phoenix my home for the last 16 years. I subbed in a middle school classroom today and I'm exhausted, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to make my voice heard. I currently live in LD 28. We moved to the area years ago and made sure we bought a home in the Madison School District. After I divorced a few years ago, again, I made sure I bought a home in the Sunny Slope neighborhood to ensure that my children attend the best schools possible. As I mentioned, I'm an active member of my school and community, so I want to make sure that you keep the Sunny Slope neighborhood in a competitive district in both the legislative and congressional maps. I also want to make sure that you do not separate us from the Phoenix Mountain Preserve community of interest. The Sunny Slope neighborhood is such an integral part of this community. I wake up every morning and love to see that North Mountain. This area has nothing in common with Glendale or Peoria. So we ask that you keep us with the Phoenix Mountain Preserve community of interest. My entire life revolves around this community. So I want to make certain that we can continue to elect people that will advocate for our public schools and neighborhoods. Thank you so much for the work that you are doing on this important issue.
Hi, my name is Linda Migdal. I live in Cave Creek. My mother came to the United States to escape Hitler. As a result of her experience, I know how precious and fragile a democracy can be. The essence of maintaining our democracy is to have competitive districts. When we do, citizens will know that their vote is important. If we don't, the motivation to vote decreases and puts our democracy in jeopardy. Conclusion: if our democracy dies, neither communities of interest nor geographical connectedness will matter. I plead with you to place competitiveness as the top priority in your redistricting. Thank you.
My name is Daniel Conway. My interest in redistricting began when I was gerrymandered out of representation in 1971 while a resident of California. I'm here this evening in fear that it could happen again if proposed legislative District 3 is adopted. I believe that the problem begins with the adopted legislative district grid map, which I consider to be a serious violation of the Arizona Constitution as amended by Proposition 106. The proposition first calls for grid-like maps. Any definition of grid which I can find specifies horizontal and vertical lines. I expect that grid-like would be the same. The adopted grid maps do have horizontal and vertical lines, but also have slanted lines, curved lines, and lines with no shape at all. I believe that the grid map should contribute to stated redistricting goals, such as separating mountains and deserts, separating urban and rural areas. I can see no such design criteria or any design criteria in the adopted grid maps. I live in Legislative District 15, which is the North Phoenix District. This is in District 15. The adopted grid map has me in District 3, which decreases the North Phoenix area and adds North Scottsdale. The draft map further decreases the North Phoenix area, keeps North Scottsdale, adds Cave Creek, Carefree, Fountain Hills, Rio Verde, and the Fort McDowell Apache Native American community. I have no idea of shared community interests with several of these communities.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee, for the wonderful work you've done creating existing LD2 and LD4. They're both very fair and very competitive, which is just what we all want. No one wants to be feel hopeless or helpless in their district. And 2 and 4 are drawn properly, so please do not undo them. My name is Robert Malicki, and I've lived grew up in number 4 and lived just outside number 2 for over 50 years. So they'll both have common geography and common problems. Number 2 is up and coming communities that are tied together, North Mountain, Moon Valley, Sunny Slope. They have, with shopping on Bell and 7th Street, we have many things that we do together. We don't want to be we don't want to lose the southern part of number 2 to Phoenix. We want to be tied to the same geography and same considerations that we do to communities to the north of us. The Washington Elementary School District should not be divided also. So it's much better the way you have it drawn now in both those communities. They're up-and-coming communities, hardworking, patriotic people that want to stay together. In number 4, where I grew up, went to Arcadia High School, we've always considered to be tied to Paradise Valley and the communities to the north there, going to Mountain Shadows, Camelback Inn, Phoenician. And so please do not undo the very good work you've done with those 2 areas. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Kazakis. I live just south of Greenway Boulevard off of 16th Street. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the proposed boundaries for LD2. The Arizona constitutional guidelines call for the equal distribution of political parties within legislative districts. The proposed boundaries of LD2 take that into consideration, and thus will result in a competitive district where the concerns of all residents will need to be addressed. Thank you.
Now we'll turn it back over to Cottonwood. Thank you.
And once again, I just want to announce that in Cottonwood and in Phoenix, if you've already spoken before because of the capacity limits of each location, it would be appreciated if you would exit and let more people who are outside come in and be able to speak. And you can watch it on WebEx and YouTube. Thank you.
That's Desert Ridge and also here in Cottonwood, right? Okay, the next 10 speakers, if you'll all line up, please listen. James Gregory, Robin Bauer, Mandy Worth, Beverly Hedden, Rose Sperry, Michael Consaustino, Julie Heinzola, Mac Davis, Jack Williams, Noel Campbell. James Gregory.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for giving me a time and opportunity to speak tonight. I do support the current legislative redistricting map that makes a legislative district county district. We've heard that the wish of the Verde Valley community is to keep them in the same district and whole. I agree with that, but in Yavapai County, I strongly disagree with the Coconino Board of Supervisors proposal to split the county in half into 2 legislative districts. The taxpayers should not be in line with another county that will not provide any for their needs. The Verde Valley identifies more with Prescott area values. We shop there, we have medical care there, and we closely relate to that community. Flagstaff is a college community that the median age is 27. The median age here in the Verde Valley is 50. Sedona is the only community that has split county boundaries. I request that we keep the current IRC proposed draft map, but modify it to include the portion of Sedona to be in the same legislative district of District 5. Thank you.
Good evening. Robin Prudhomme Bauer, Mayor, Town of Clarkdale. The Town of Clarkdale Common Council reaffirms its previous statement to the IRC to have the Verde Valley, including the city of Sedona, remain whole as a community of interest, and that it desires a competitive district. The IRC's approved draft legislative map places the Town of Clarkdale in Legislative District 5, which does not include all locations identified in the town's community of interest statement. Adding the Coconino County section of the city of Sedona to the approved draft legislative District 5 would meet the town's community of interest goal. The approved draft LD 5 does not meet the town's goal for competitiveness. The community draft of LDF 050 is an example of what meets both of the town's goals. The town of Clarkdale Common Council supports also the IRC's approved draft congressional map, placing the town of Clarkdale in Congressional District 2 meets the town's community of interest statement by keeping the Verde Valley, including the city of Sedona, whole, as well as ensuring a relatively competitive district. The town thanks the IRC for addressing the town's goal. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Mandy Worth. I'm the current Vice Mayor in the town of Jerome. After discussion in open meeting and with time for public comment from our constituents, our council has prepared a statement. Currently, all Verde Valley municipalities, as well as the Yavapai Apache Nation and the east portion of Yavapai County, are in the same legislative district, but not the same congressional district. Our rural area works cooperatively on several levels, including but not limited to public safety, shared educational services, economic development, transportation, and environmental issues. Additionally, we use our regional voice to advocate at both the state and the federal levels. Therefore, the Jerome Town Council, as representatives of the constituents of the town of Jerome, and with full understanding that we do not have a population size to have our own district in the Verde Valley, and are part of a larger whole, requests an outcome that will not only retain the Verde Valley as being part of the same legislative district, but alter the congressional district to be inclusive. We believe this will create competitiveness because of the diversity of this area. The Jerome Town Council appreciates the Commission's work on this project and the opportunity to make a statement tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I am just Beverly Hedden from Cottonwood. Last week, I attended a Zoom meeting with people from the Hopi Nation concerned about their aquifer drying up. I regularly interact with people from Sedona, Clarkdale, Cornville, and Camp Verde. This year, I had extensive foot surgery in Flagstaff. I attend the Navajo, and Hopi, and Yavapai Nation events at Montezuma's Castle in Rimrock. Flagstaff, Sedona, Rimrock, and Native American nations are my district. They are my community. Looking at the draft maps, I see that I am again joined with Prescott. Although I attended a listening meeting in Sedona, wrote to the commission, and drew a map designating Mingus Mountain as a geographic divide. Northern Arizona districts do not contain one competitive district. And I believe that was exactly your job. Creating safe districts is a form of gerrymandering. Your task, according to Proposition 106, was to draw district lines using the criteria of competitiveness, compactness, and communities of interest. You have left Northern Arizona down. You have divided communities such as Sedona. You have drawn the legislative District 7 that looks contagious, stretching across 5 counties. But worst of all, safe districts create indifferent voters. Why vote if I already know the outcome? Incompetent people can run for office safely. Democracy is precious and fragile and depends completely on diversity. Please reconsider the maps that you have drawn for North Arizona. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Rose Berry, and I thank you very much for allowing me to speak here and give you my thoughts. At the last redistricting 10 years ago, it appeared that equal numbers of voters were not represented in all 30 districts. While one party had over population, the other one did not, and it showed in the party structure. So unfortunately, in the proposed maps that appear today, it appears to be almost the same case. We live in a republic under a great constitution that provides equal treatment of all. Let us not take that unbalanced path again. For obvious reasons to me, some would have you believe that we have nothing in common with Flagstaff, but we most definitely do. Whether it is entertainment, shopping, political ideas, new friends, or just exploring commonality grew due to the redistricting of 10 years ago. That's how we got common ground, and it is still flourishing today. I ask that we remain with the Verde Valley, Cottonwood, Cornville, Clarkdale, Camp Verde, Sedona, and Flagstaff. We should be together in the future non-native LD7. In the end, what I am asking for is even numbers among the districts. Thank you.
Good evening. Hello to the IRC. My name is Michael Cosentino. I've lived in Northern Arizona all my adult life, which is 50 years. My comments address primarily the community of interest and competitiveness requirement for LDs and CDs. Although I am politically active, my comments tonight are personal. I've lived in Flagstaff, Sedona, Cottonwood, and Page. I spent 9 years in the military, 5 years in the Arizona Army National Guard, which brings me to my first point. Most of our training was in Flagstaff. It was during the time when the Navajo Army Depot was becoming Camp Navajo. My college years were in Sedona. My education, my work was centered on Oak Creek Canyon and Sedona. Cultural and civic events were Sedona and Flagstaff. As a Cottonwood resident, education and events would take place in Sedona and Flagstaff. My children were born in Flagstaff and Cottonwood and continue to use healthcare in those communities almost exclusively. Finally, to address what I think is an IRC concern, population balancing might be best served for First Nations by including non-Indigenous communities around them in the same districts, since they are in a position to best understand their issues. Looking at the political districts on these maps, to make Yavapai County districts for the convenience of the Yavapai Board of Supervisors seems like special treatment, in my opinion. I spoke similarly at IRC meetings 10 years ago in Cottonwood. Let's hope I'll be heard this time. Thank you for the opportunity to have this voice.
Hello, IRC. I mean no disrespect, but the draft maps are a bit of a failure. They grossly ignore the pleas of more and truly competitive districts in northern, central, and southern Arizona. Focusing on the north, you have taken us from having 2 congressional districts in Yavapai County, 1 safe and 1 highly competitive, and reduced us to 1 red and safe district. And to what end? Draft CD9 and CD2 both badly need to be reworked. Put central Yavapai County in with CD9's Mojave County so that like-minded can be together. It improves the compactness and their COI. Let the Verde Valley contribute to a competitive district that also honors the effective VRA needs of Navajo, Hopi, and other tribes. Use their CDF 10 map and fix this travesty. With competitive districts, we will have a more engaged citizenry and a more responsive and responsible set of elected officials, and this is what we want, and this is what you should want. LDs 5, 6, 7, and 30 need to be reworked as well. Competitiveness is not a bonus. Rather, it is key to why the IRC was created in the first place. It is not right to treat this important criteria as an afterthought. Again, put central Yavapai County in with LD30's Mojave County, leaving the Verde Valley with a competitive LD7. This makes LD30 more competitive, more compact, enhances their COI, and reduces the need to include West Valley populations. And it helps clean up LD6 as a result, which is terribly packed. See LDF 50 and 51 for guidance. Your adherence to Yavapai County LD5 is inconsistent with several criteria. It flies in the face of neighboring COIs, also significant geographic boundaries, compactness, fairness, and competitiveness in the region. We need your help. Thank you for your open mind.
Hello, IRC. My name's Mac Davis. I've been a resident of Arizona for over 40 years, and I live in Cottonwood. I'm speaking for a fair redistricting map. What you are proposing is not fair, it's not competitive. If you want a fair, competitive map, Verde Valley area, Sedona area, Flagstaff area should be in the same district. If the draft maps remain unchanged, one party will have no representation in the legislature for the next 10 years. Sedona will be split in 2 legislative districts, and we will either be represented by legislators from Prescott or Payson areas, which do not share our values and are not our communities of interest. In both congressional and legislative districts, the central talking point is the absurdity of keeping Yavapai County whole, at a clear detriment to communities of interest, contiguity, and competitiveness. Thank you for letting me speak.
Good evening. I hope you guys are well. My name's Jack Williams, and I am a resident of Uptown Sedona. In short, I'm here to ask the commission to unite the city of Sedona as one single unified community in draft LD5. I don't think I need to say much, but I understand the appeal to keep the counties intact. But the draft legislative maps adopted by you split the city of Sedona along county lines, essentially putting the Coconino County portion of Sedona into draft map LD7, while the Yavapai County side of Sedona, with my city council, my police department, and my shopping, etc., are in draft map LD5. Given that the city of Sedona has been and is one city, one community, and was treated as such by your predecessors, please do not weaken and or impair the city of Sedona by separating it into 2 separate legislative districts, thereby forcing us to lobby 2 sets of legislators to make our voices heard. I think uniting the entire city in draft LD5 not only meets the criteria that guide the drawing of our legislative districts, but uniting Sedona keeps Sedona as a total community, remarries the Uptown Sedona with their representative government in West Sedona, and most important, to good representative government. A united Sedona pools the Sedona residents as a single block of constituents to our state legislatures. Now, I'll beg to differ with my city council. Even though I reside in the Coconino side of Sedona, I do not support, nor do I agree with the legislative map submitted by the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. I think when I go to the top of the Mingus Mountains, I see this stunning panorama of a huge community of interest. From the rim from Flagstaff, I don't see Sedona. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Noel Campbell. I'm an Arizona resident for 75 years. I'm a military veteran. For the last 6 years, I've been the state representative for LD1. And I want to tell you that I support the proposed map, especially if we could include the city of Sedona, the whole city, into that redistrict map. It just makes sense. Cutting that city in half doesn't make any sense at all. In fact, it may even make the balancing of political parties even better or more even. Now, I want to tell you why I support this map. It is because when I first ran for elective office, the county was pretty much LD1 as it is being proposed today. And then 10 years ago, it was redistricted, and LD1 ended up with Anthem and New River and parts of Phoenix. It just didn't make any sense from community of interest. You know, Prescott, the northern central Arizona is very rural. Anthem, Phoenix, that area down there, very urban. But one of the things, when you talk about commonality of interest, and has to do with water. If you look at this map, it incorporates the Verde River into LD5. You have no idea how important that is, because when the Verde River area was not part of LD1, the issue of water was totally out of bounds because you had elected officials from another district arguing with the representatives from LD1 about the Upper Verde River and what happens when you tap into the Big Chino Aquifer. That's the central issue, water, that makes this district make sense, because it forces your representatives to look at both sides of the issue. And for that, I thank you for keeping us together. Thank you.
We'll turn it back over to Desert Ridge.
Thank you, Michelle. Our next 5 speakers are Tom Sinyard, Rhonda Smith, Nancy Dombrowski, Michael Johnsor, and Phyllis Smith. Please line up behind me.
Well, I learned a lot more here tonight than I thought I would, and but I'm very impressed with how well people are stating what is important to them. So I've come here more to listen and learn than I have to suggest what we should do. My wife and I have lived here in Scottsdale for some 30 years. I also am a veteran, and I think tonight I found one of the few Coast Guardsmen also in the entire universe, or at least in the state of Arizona. So I have learned a lot, and I thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Rhonda Smith, and I appreciate the Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners doing all that you're doing. I want to speak to changing LD2 and LD4. I would like them to be more unified and compact. I'd like to remove the Sunny Slope area, go north to include the Deer Valley Airport, and it should be aligned with the Deer Valley Village. The North Mountain and Shaw Butte are natural boundary lines, and they should be used. Paradise Valley and Cave Creek have nothing in common with Sunny Slope and share no community of interest. Regarding Legislative District 4, I'd like you to respect the communities of interest there. The boundary should stop south of Camelback and continue as far east to, say, Pima Road. McCormick Ranch should not be part of the reservation. They have nothing in common with each other, and Desert Ridge should be included in the north part. Please consider making the following changes in Legislative District 9 and 10. The southern boundary I would like to see on the south of 60 and stay east-west of Val Vista. I would also like to use the consolidated Gilbert map. I really want this map to be followed. This map addresses all the problems and should be used for the East Valley. Last, the retirement communities should stay together, specifically Leisure World. It should not be part of Tempe or Gilbert. They really need to stay together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if anybody in our in Cottonwood is still here, if you can take any conversations outside, just so the commissioners can still hear the speakers in Desert Ridge, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Dombrowski. I'm a retired school principal. And looking at the maps, I've noticed a lack of compactness and commonality in several districts. Sorry, I just had eye surgery, so this it's blurry. I support the consolidated Gilbert map, unifying Gilbert. South Scottsdale from Camelback Road south has more in common with Tempe than Scottsdale. Tempe should not be in the East Valley. Central Phoenix has no commonality with Scottsdale. Leisure World and the retirement communities have commonality with Mesa more than with Tempe. Ahwatukee is in a little area of its own in South Mountain area. It doesn't really have anything in common with anybody, but we actually have a lot of students bust in from the city of Maricopa. So we actually feel closer to Maricopa on the other side of the mountain than we do with Tempe, which is what we're being put with. So we appreciate your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Johnson, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've lived at Central and Thunderbird, smack dab in the middle of LD2, for about 42 years. I'm currently a small business owner, and I'm also a retired senior research fellow from a major company here in the Valley. I mention that because I led teams of engineers and skilled laborers on a variety of programs, including those for NASA. We included specialists in science and engineering, physics, electronics, and so forth, people from China, Russia, India. Now, this mix of backgrounds meant that our ideas competed on a broad field. If you're looking at a cell phone or a laptop tonight or today, you're looking at some of the fruits of our inventions. If you drove in a car with an LCD display in it, you're also looking at some of the fruits of our team's inventions. Diversity in our community at this company was a beautiful and powerful thing that led to fresh ideas, new approaches. So if we keep LD2 as proposed, then our representation will be truer to the many backgrounds I've observed here in my community. North Mountain Preserve is 500 steps from my door. I've made many a cheerful acquaintance on morning hikes there. My doctors are at John C. Lincoln Medical Center and thereabouts, just a few blocks south of my home. I dine at restaurants in the Sunny Slope area. So yes, let's stay true to the broader community I've lived in since 1978. I like the proposed LD2 boundaries as they have been proposed. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to speak, and thank you for the work you're doing on behalf of Arizona. My name is Phyllis Smith. I live in LD3, presented as it is now on the adopted draft map, but I want to speak about the LDs as a whole. The legislative districts reflected on the adopted draft LD map do not meet the mandate prescribed in Proposition 106. Here's why. 24 LDs have vote spreads greater than 7%. 7% is the spread adopted by the commission. These are safe districts. Safe districts are non-competitive, and no matter who the majority party is, their candidate is assured of being elected, giving the outnumbered party or minority party no chance to elect their own candidate for the next 10 years. It means the outnumbered party voters, their votes are ineffective. They're meaningless. Many of these LDs, as drawn on the draft map, are so packed and the spread so large that reducing their spread would have a positive effect on adjacent LDs and accommodate fair and balanced rendering of competitiveness while considering communities of interest. We, the citizens of Arizona, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, voted for Proposition 106.
Our next 5 speakers are Anna Arnold, Brendan Walsh, Roger Strasberg, Heather Turley, and April Smith.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Anna Arnold. I've lived in Cave Creek for 34 years. And I wanted to first thank you for splitting us from Yavapai County because we really felt that we didn't have a lot in common with them. However, you've now, by putting us in the proposed LD3, you've thrown us from the frying pan into the fire. LD3 is basically a rugged wilderness area, and we're an urbanized rural area within North Phoenix. We have absolutely no shared community interests with the bulk of LD3. The bottom line is that LD3 is not compact and contiguous, as it has many geographic barriers between us and the rest of LD3. It's totally uncompetitive. There's a 20% spread between the number of Republican and Democratic voters, and it ignores our community of interest south along Cave Creek and Tatum, where we do our shopping and medical care. It brings us to the broader point that to make 24 out of 30 safe districts, you defeat the letter and spirit of the charter. In all of these 24 districts, the practical effect is to deprive every single minority voter of a meaningful vote. In conclusion, I request that you include Cave Creek and Carefree in a district that runs north and south, making us part of the North Phoenix community and keeping in mind our community of interest, and that you change your overall strategy to increase competitiveness. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brendan Walsh. I live in the area of Phoenix, 35th Thunderbird, adjacent to Metro Center and also to ASU West. And I would just like to speak, thanks for putting it up on the map. I would just like to speak to districts 2 and 4, I think it's 2, where we are now. This is I think Mike talked about this before, it's an incredibly diverse area. Right now, the boundaries include the North Mountain Preserve in its entirety, and it also includes, pretty much it conforms with the Glendale Union High School District and the Washington Elementary School Districts where my kids attend school. And it is a sort of cohesive community, but it's also diverse and it's somewhat competitive. And so we really would appreciate it if you would keep those maps the way they are. I would also just make a comment about District 4, which is it is really the only toss-up district that we have. Everything else leans one way or the other. And it also is an interesting district that includes both the north and the south of Paradise Valley. It's a particular kind of I think upper middle class, but certainly similar communities. But it's also a toss-up district. We have very few of them. I really think it would be terrible if you were to break it up in such a way to either lose some of the southern or northern areas of that district, or to bring in parts of Scottsdale that would no longer have it be competitive. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Heather Turley, and I'm here because I am concerned about some of the way the legislative districts and congressional lines are drawn. Here are my concerns. For the congressional district, you have separated the retirement communities in Mesa to be specific Leisure World and added them into Tempe, which is a lot more of a college town and a lot less of a retirement community. They should be included in the other East Valley retirement communities. That would be more in common with them. And next to the legislative districts, part of the redistricting is keeping like needs together. Gilbert should stay more together, like the Gilbert maps that you had proposed. And what we should do is take District 9 and 10, and they should be separated from Gilbert and keep them in Mesa. And stop at the 60 or even baseline and keep 9 and 10 at that. And because you'd be changing that, you should change the district line in 9 and 10 to Val Vista and separate those two there. to accomplish. Next are legislative districts 2 and 4. Districts should be unified and compact. To accomplish this, Sunnyside Slope needs to be removed from District 2. It should go north and it should include Deer Valley Airport and should also be aligned with Deer Valley Village. North Mountain and Shaw Butte are natural boundary lines between these districts and should be used as such. Paradise Valley and Cave Creek have nothing in common. They should not be together. They share no community of interest. To respect community of interest, the boundary of 4 should stop south of Camelback to where District 8 should be and continue as far east as at least Pima Road. Also, McCormick Ranch should not be included in the reservation, again, because they have nothing in common, but Desert Ridge should be included to the north. I know it is difficult to balance out all these needs, but we need to keep the community and natural boundaries and the constitutional requirement instructs. Also, I support the, okay.
Hello, I am April Smith, and I am a native of Arizona. I take pride in the state, and I'm grateful to have a voice in various state policies. When researching the constitutional criteria required and the maps involving the redistricting, there is essential criteria that should be weighed heavily. In regards to the East Valley and legislative districts, the consolidated Gilbert map is an excellent visual to glean from. The 60 Superstition Freeway is a practical southern border of the Mesa Districts 9 and 10, which also allows for more of Gilbert to remain together. Val Vista is a sensible dividing line to create the east and west boundary between these districts. This also assists in the maintaining of communities of interest and keeps Mesa separated out into fewer districts. Furthermore, in regards to the congressional districts 4 and 5 and retirement communities, they should be kept together as they have many similarities. In particular, Leisure World should not be placed in a district with Tempe or Gilbert, but should be kept with the East Valley. Where communities of interest are maintained to the most practicality, the representatives are able to focus and work on the matters that are of high importance to those communities versus a multitude of expectations where vast differences among the population occur. In response to some who have mentioned the Verde Valley, my aunt and uncle lived in Camp Verde the majority of their lives and died there. Prescott and Camp Verde are similar. Flagstaff is more urban and has age disparity. It should also be taken into account. And it must be reiterated that competitiveness is the least of the required criteria. When the essential criteria of communities of interest, compactness, are achieved while following the Constitution and allotting the similar population within each district, the highest priorities will be better achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take a 10-minute break for our transcriptionist, and we will resume back at 7:34 sharp. Thank you.
Okay, if everybody wants to take their seats, we're going to go ahead and get started again. Michelle's going to announce the next speakers. And then again, in Cottonwood and in Phoenix, if you have already spoken and can make room for the next speakers, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
If I can please have your attention for the next 10 speakers, please listen. Thomasina Cardona, Dwight Kadar, Andrea Kadar, Cindy Farmer, Joe Farmer, Craig Swanson, Lynn Zonowski, Elaine Bohmkamp, Gloria Brown, Lama Hamburn. Please line up against this wall. Thomasina? Thomasine?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Hello, my name is Thomasine Cardona. I am a citizen of the Yavapai Apache Nation and a current Camp Verde School Board member. The Yavapai Apache Nation's 5 communities and the other communities of interest here in the Verde Valley have strong ties to one another. This means Clarkdale, Cottonwood, Sedona, Flagstaff, and the other tribal communities which make for a competitive district. I believe it is this competitiveness that is missing from your priority list as the Commission. Therefore, I request for the Commission to consider how the LD maps have not accommodated the competitive goal while taking into account whether grade of competitiveness would cause significant detriment to other goals. Additionally, they do not currently meet the constitutional standard, which all of the northern districts are outside of the Commission's own range of competitiveness by very wide margins. Alternative maps have been submitted, which shows that it is not necessary. The maps submitted by the Coconino County Board of Supervisors are one example. LDF 50 and LDF 51 showed that at least one competitive district is possible in northern Arizona. It is this interest of the people who reside, it is in this interest of the people who reside in these areas that the Commission is accountable to. Hanikam, thank you for this opportunity.
Good evening. My name is Dwight Kadar, and I've lived in the Verde Valley and Yavapai County for almost 10 years. And I might like to make it clear, I am not an elected official from any city. I am a resident. I'd like to thank Commissioner Newberg and the Commission for its work to redraw the lines. I know it's a very difficult task. According to the Commission's own glossary, you are guided by 6 criteria when drawing lines. For those in attendance, I will quickly review them. It's equal population, compactness, compliance with the U.S. Constitution and voting rights, respect for community interests, incorporation of visible geographic features, and lastly, the creation of competitive districts where there is no significant detriment to the other 5 goals. I attended the Flagstaff public hearing last week in reference to mapped legislative districts 5, 6, and 7 and Congressional District 2. 4 Sedona City Councilmen and at least 3 Flagstaff City Councilmen, as well as the Coconino County Supervisors, all refer to the creation of their maps, which were unanimously approved. They continuously referred to creation of competitive districts, but failed to mention, and again I quote, with no significant detriment to the other goals. These people are making statements of non-competitive districts. They do not speak for the Verde Valley residents in Yavapai County. Therefore, I request that the Commission unanimously adopt the legislative districts 5, 6, and 7 in Congressional District 2 with the addition of Sedona, the Sedona piece that is in Coconino County. And I thank the commission for their resolve to balance these 6 goals as set forth in the Arizona Constitution.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Andrea Kadar. I live in the Verde Valley. I'm not an elected official. It's so good to see you again. Thank you for coming to Yavapai County. You know, after we saw you in Flagstaff, I talked to a lot of neighbors and friends and church members, and they are all for AZ Draft 10.0 maps for LDs 5, 6, 7, and CD2. They agree that the 10.0 map meets all the criteria described in the Arizona Constitution, and this is especially true when it comes to equal population, creating communities of interest, incorporating county boundaries into the maps. So I assure you, your work is not a failure. Last week, at the Flagstaff hearing, we heard the mayors of Sedona, Flagstaff, members of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors refer to a map they had drawn, they unanimously supported, and they submitted to the commission that would include all of us in the Verde Valley, but they don't represent us. This action appears to be highly partisan. An attempt to create a partisan district violates redistricting goals. A competitive district may be created if there is no significant detriment to the other 5 goals. However, their recommended map, in my opinion, creates a detriment to the 10.0 map for District 5. Ladies and gentlemen, with all the public comments since July, my Verde Valley Sedona neighbors and I feel like you have correctly drawn Yavapai County as its own LD, and your 10.0 map is totally appropriate based on our population numbers in our community. Let me be perfectly clear. We're Yavapai County. We want to be with Prescott. Thank you so much. It's great to see you again.
Good evening. I'd like to say a big thank you to the commission for all the hard work that they have done and for the latest draft maps of CD2 and LD5. My first name is C and my last name is F, and I live in VV. What? Well, above is just a quick analogy of why the whole picture of all the parts or letters are necessary and essential for accurate and effective communication for myself and to address a community issue. So I am Cindy Farmer, a Verde Valley resident and a Sedona property owner, here to emphasize the importance of keeping all of Sedona together. Sedona has been split in 2 for over 10 years. That should be corrected by having all Sedona combined with LD5. The city needs to have its parts or proper cohesiveness, accurate and consistent representation for all Sedona residents. Sedona, the Verde Valley, Prescott Valley are very much connected as communities of interest. In our taxes, families, medical and care facilities, recreation, education, businesses, utility and water issues, and easy, clear year-round, non-wintry transportation routes. Please, I sincerely ask to have all of Sedona placed as a whole city with LD5 in Yavapai County. We do not want to be with Flag. Do not allow Sedona to be ripped apart anymore. Thank you so much, and keep all the letters together.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission, and my name is Joseph Farmer, and I'm privileged to be married to your previous speaker, She's dynamite. I'm not sure I can follow that. But I do want to agree with the previous speakers. I'm a resident also of Camp Verde. I've been here since 1955 in Arizona. And I want to commend the commission staff, all of you, and the commissioners for developing the current CD2 and LD5 maps. I appreciate the difficult, challenging work by the commissions and their staff in carrying out this often intense process of creating new redistricting maps. I particularly like the draft maps produced for my congressional and legislative districts, CD2 and LD5, and recommend it be adopted with one change. Our community interest relative legislative services are very compatible to those of the entire city of Sedona, which should be kept fully within District 5 in Yavapai County, not in LD7 in part of Coconino County. Elected representatives' constituents' services to Sedona should not be split between LD5 and LD7. The Yavapai County Board of Supervisors and other relevant agencies are most closely aligned and positioned to represent all of Sedona's citizens and businesses. Coconino County's resources are not as accessible or relevant to East Sedona's residents, particularly with the county seat of Flagstaff being in LD6. Again, I thank you for appropriately considering all of the designated criteria for developing redistricting map boundaries, specifically CD2 and LD5, and I urge the commission to incorporate all of the city of Sedona within LD5, Yavapai County, in the final legislative maps. Thank you.
My name is Craig Swanson. I live in Sedona and I represent Keep Sedona Beautiful. Much has been said in this meeting about communities of interest and the importance of keeping them whole as districts are redrawn. The environment of the Verde Valley defines an important community of interest. Residents share common concerns about protecting our natural resources, groundwater, surface water, open spaces, dark skies, and public land. Sedona and the Verde Valley share these concerns much more strongly with Flagstaff to the north than with Prescott to the west. We need the ability to have a voice in the Arizona legislature that represents those concerns. The boundaries that have been proposed dilute that voice significantly by splitting Sedona on county lines, separating all of Sedona from Flagstaff, combining uptown Sedona instead with Payson, Show Low, and Florence, combining the rest of Sedona and the Verde Valley with a vast area west of the Mingus Mountains. As was recently noted in an editorial in the Red Rock News, the currently proposed maps do something technically logical but practically stupid. They are fundamentally built on the county lines and thus split the city of Sedona. Those county lines came into being before Sedona was incorporated, and they've historically split Sedona in a completely unnatural way. Keep Sedona Beautiful strongly supports the legislative district maps LDF 50 and 51. We urge the commission to keep Sedona and the Verde Valley in the same legislative district, and for that competitive district to include Flagstaff. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynn Zlanakis. I live in the city of Sedona. I'm president of the League of Women Voters Northern Arizona, and I'm speaking out on behalf of our organization. The League of Women Voters Northern Arizona represents members in the Verde Valley, Sedona, Flagstaff, and Northern Arizona. We're greatly concerned regarding the current maps for our community. The city of Sedona has been split into 2 legislative districts. Neither part of the city is linked to Flagstaff District. The towns of the Verde Valley have been joined into a district with Prescott and Prescott Valley. The city of Flagstaff has been split as well. We believe that the cross-town community links within the Verde Valley and Flagstaff and the need to retain this area as a community of interest within a single district. It is essential the Commission follow the Arizona constitutional mandates of competitiveness, communities of interest, equal population, geographical compactness, and keeping cities whole. A review of the current maps shows these constitutional mandates are not being followed. Communities of interest have been broken apart. Competitiveness, which is at the heart of democracy, has been removed from our area. As concerned citizens, we ask the IRC to correct these oversights and ensure true communities of interest are maintained and our ability to have our vote count by creating competitive districts is maintained. Thank you.
My name is Elaine Baumkamp. I live in Cornville in the Verde Valley. The Independent Redistricting Commission was the result of voters wanting fair and competitive districts in Arizona. With the proposed maps, only 2 out of 30 legislative districts are highly competitive, and only 4 out of 30 districts are somewhat competitive, defying Proposition 106 and the voices of the Arizona voters. Northern Arizona does not have a single competitive district. There is a 28.5% district in the proposed map for LD5, a 42.4% difference in the map for LD6, and a 29.8% difference in the map for LD7, all favoring Republicans over Democrats. How, I ask you, is this competitive and fair? Arizona's northern districts have been gerrymandered to not meet the constitutional criteria of competitiveness, compactness, and communities of interest. There is a fair alternative. If you use the maps submitted by the Coconino Board of Supervisors, which are LDF 50 and 51, these show at least one competitive district in northern Arizona. These maps have been endorsed by the city or town councils of Clarkdale, Flagstaff, and Sedona, along with the mayor of Jerome. Deference needs to be given to these officials, as well as to the citizens of the Verde Valley. LD6's current map has worked well for us. It is competitive, compact, and fulfills the communities of interest criteria.
Good evening. I'm Gloria Brown, and I live in the village of Oak Creek. And I share my personal shopping needs, medical care, dining out places in the following cities, towns, and villages: Flagstaff, Sedona, VOC, Jerome, Cottonwood, and Camp Verde. All of these names are part of the Verde Valley, Sedona, and Flagstaff area of commerce related to our nature and environmental concerns for the conservation of Oak Creek and the Verde River. Notice that I do not shop or seek services in Prescott and its surrounding communities. Part of the purpose of creating voting districts is to keep contiguous communities that share the same concerns and values together. Healthcare in Cottonwood and Flagstaff are used by our local residents. Prescott communities do not share healthcare, shopping, education, or environmental needs with the communities east of the Mingus Mountain. We share our goals as stewards of the Red Rocks, Verde River, Coconino National Forest as a contiguous group with similar concerns. In order to keep Yavapai County as a whole district should not take precedence over separating parts of Sedona and parts of Flagstaff into different districts. Our communities have local issues that require legislative support of leaders from these communities. The division of these communities also divides a two-party system, resulting in a one-sided party system in which independents and voters of the opposing party will realize that their votes will not count in a meaningful way. It will result in fewer active voters, a privilege that all American citizens should be able to do with pride in our democracy. We have seen the rise of extremism in politics, which can favor one party, and I certainly do not want to be represented by an extremist politician. At Northern Arizona University, the Martin Springer Institute teaches respect, tolerance, and acceptance of all people. And that is in Flagstaff, and we should all go there and take their lessons.
Hi, my name is Lama Hayburn. I'm a resident of the Verde Valley. I believe that the current IRC proposed maps are unfair and would negatively impact the Verde Valley specifically. The Verde Valley should be grouped with Flagstaff, with whom we share geographical, educational, and cultural ties, rather than with Prescott. County lines do not represent the real experiences of those of us living here, and we deserve to have congressional and legislative representatives that speak to our needs specifically, needs that are different from Prescott and the rest of Yavapai County. Additionally, the proposed districts are not at all competitive, despite that being a requirement of Prop 106, which was passed by Arizona voters. Competitive districts would benefit everyone. It would ensure more participation in elections and would mean that independents, and really all of us, would have our voices heard, which the current proposed maps from the IRC do not do. For that reason, the committee should adopt LDF 050 and 051 proposed by the Coconino County Board of Supervisors and CDF 010 proposed by the Navajo Nation's Human Rights Commission. Please show Verde Valley residents that our right to a voice in elections is a right and not a privilege.
Turn it back over to Desert Ridge.
Thank you, Michelle. Our next 5 speakers are Catherine Tunget, Diane Neiman, Anna Sanchez, Pat Van Manen, Michelle Stevens.
Hi, my name is Catherine Tunget, and I live in Maricopa County. It's very important to me that the maps are drawn according to criteria put forth in our Arizona Constitution. Legislative District 2 needs to unify and be compacted. The Sunny Slope area needs to be removed, and the boundary north needs to include the Deer Valley Airport and be aligned with Deer Valley Village. Sunny Slope has nothing in common with Paradise Valley and Cave Creek, sharing no community of interest. North Mountain and Shaw Butte are natural barriers between District 2 and 4. Legislative District 4 needs to respect communities of interest. The south boundary needs to be Camelback, where District 8 should be. The eastern boundary should continue as far as Pima Road. McCormick Ranch should not be part of the reservation. Desert Ridge to the north should absolutely be included as a community interest with District 4. Regarding District 9 and 10, the consolidated Gilbert map makes complete sense for the East Valley. It maintains the community of interest criteria very well. This map addresses all of the current problems. Retirement communities should stay together. Leisure World should not be in Tempe or Gilbert. The southern boundary should be south of the 60 and stay east-west of Val Vista. And a comment on CD1, Phoenix has absolutely nothing in common with Scottsdale. No one living in Scottsdale travels to Central Phoenix for shopping, church services, school, or everyday living activities. I appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Diane Neiman. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak here today. I'm looking at the congressional district draft map of CD1, which is my district. I'm focusing on the southwestern panhandle area. In that area, the lower third includes East Camelback, Encanto, and Alhambra neighborhoods. These neighborhoods are highly dense, urban, and Hispanic, and are not a community similar with the suburban areas of North Phoenix, North Scottsdale, and Cave Creek. These neighborhoods should be annexed to CD3, which is highly Hispanic as well. This would be in line with the Voters Act, the Voters' Rights Act. And the voting age population in CD3 has been shrunk to 447,000 compared to 580,000 84,000 in CD1. So please correct this disparity. I also want to suggest in the same area, southwest area of CD1, the addition of the area west of Cave Creek Road to be moved to I-17 to compensate for moving the lower area, a 1/3 area, to CD3. This makes CD1 more compact, both geographically and community linked. I thank you for your consideration of this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ana Sanchez, and I'm here to focus your attention on something that no one has talked about, which is levels of population. The Arizona Constitution says that all LDs need to have similar equal levels of population. And when I look at the stats below your LD draft map, I see that the average is about 235,000 per LD. However, LD2 and LD4 are way out of that average. LD2 is right now at 249,000, and the contiguous district below it, which is LD8, is very low at 229,000. So there is a very wide gap between these two contiguous LDs, and that deviates materially from what the Arizona Constitution says. In order to correct this, I am proposing that you move the southern part of LD4 into LD8. Take 10,000 people from the southern part of LD4 and put it into LD8 to achieve two things. Number one, equalize the population between LD4 and LD8. LD4 would then go down to 239,000, and LD8 would go up to 239,000, making them equal. And then another thing is to ensure the communities of interest, because the southern part of LD4 right now is Arcadia, which is millennials, and they have more in common with Tempe millennials than with the northern part of LD4, which is suburban families from Paradise Valley. So I fear that if you keep them together, neither one of these communities are going to be well represented. So I want to thank you again for considering this proposal, while at the same time remind the board that the purpose of the IRC is to ensure that the AC Constitution is followed when drawing maps, and not to pursue a political goal benefiting a particular party. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pat Van Manen, and I currently live in LD 15. I'd like to thank the commissioners for their dedication efforts to lead Arizona through the redistricting process. I know the steps to new maps take a great deal of your time, and I would like to acknowledge your commitment to this important work. I will be a voter in LD4 if the draft maps stand as currently drawn. In the 20+ years I have lived in Arizona, I have never been in a competitive district. I'm actually excited that this is possible. This excitement brings with it opportunities to see more voter engaged, and an opportunity to see better and more qualified candidates running for office as a result of this new district. Communities thrive when we have engaged and involved citizens. This starts when they have a reason to be involved, and it often begins with voting. Without competitive districts, it is much harder to motivate voters. If you're in the majority, why do you bother voting? Because your candidate will likely win anyway. On the flip side, if you're in the minority, why do I bother voting when my candidate doesn't have a chance? Indifference and disengagement can happen when representation is diminished or not valued. Having only 6 competitive LDs out of 30 in Arizona means that only 1 in 5 current voters in Arizona will be in a competitive district. That's 20%. For these reasons, I ask the Commission to increase the competitiveness of districts for as many voters as possible. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Stevens, and I live in Scottsdale. I want to thank you first for the opportunity to speak tonight and for all of the hours that you are putting into this redistricting. I'm a first-generation American, and I was taught the importance of having a voice in our democracy since my parents were persecuted. And in reviewing the latest draft map, I was very concerned to see that LD23 includes Desert Ridge and areas all the way to I-17 in the West Valley. This is a very geographically large area, and it doesn't represent the places where I shop, work, or recreate. So it doesn't put together a community of interest. In the past 12 months, I have not gone to Desert Ridge, nor have I gone to the Western Valley. Instead, I spend my time in Fountain Hills, South, Central, or North Scottsdale. I ask that you please move the boundary of LD3 to Scottsdale Road, and also for CD1. Phoenix is more of an urban area, and it has nothing in common with Scottsdale, so that could be relooked at as well. If the current maps are finalized, I feel like you will remove my ability to be represented and my voice to be heard. Thank you for taking on this difficult task.
Our next 5 speakers are Nancy Ordowski, Cynthia Ford, Rachel Sulcus, someone with the last name of Lara, L-A-R-R-A. Sorry, I can't read the first name. Don Amadin.
Good evening. And I want to thank the commission for the work that they're doing. It's a difficult, long, enduring task. My name is Nancy Ordowski, and I've lived in Fountain Hills for 23 years. But my neighborhood is Fountain Hills and Scottsdale, and mainly Scottsdale to Scottsdale Road. I encourage you to consider moving District 2 north to include Anthem and Deer Valley, and to move District 4 north to Desert Ridge, and maybe even Cave Creek and Carefree. District 3 has no community of interest with the Anthem and Desert Ridge areas. The traffic in this area makes it very time-consuming to travel from one direction of 17 over to Fort McDowell. This can take anywhere between an hour and a half and 2 hours. This then affects our legislative representation in a negative way. District 3 should include Fountain Hills, Rio Verde, Scottsdale to the west, the border of Scottsdale Road, and the southern border of either Camelback or Indian Bend, and north to the borders that may include Cave Creek or Carefree. This is where I shop, receive medical care, attend church, and often meet with friends. I'm in the Scottsdale area, even though I live in Fountain Hills, 2 or 3 times, sometimes in one day, but at least 3 or 4 or 5 times a week. These are our communities of interest. Please look at making these changes to your current maps. And thank you again.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rachel Sulcus, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak out. I live in what is going to be, I guess, Legislative District 2, and I wanted to speak about it. I'm very excited, actually, about the way that it's currently drawn. I do not feel that Deer Valley is a part of my community of interest. I've never been to that airport, but I actually spend a lot of time at the preserve that's in that community. And my children attend Thunderbird High School, which is in the Glendale High School District. They attended Washington School District schools, and it's a great system. I think that that is a community of interest. So I want you to please consider leaving the map as it is currently drawn. I'm also very interested in the congressional district that has been drawn. I think it's going to be 8. I feel that it's much more closely aligned with my community of interest, more in the West Valley. Before we had a piece of Scottsdale. I was represented by somebody who lived over on this side, and did not feel that that was representation. So thank you again for your hard work.
Hello, my name is Katie, and I live at the corner of Central and Union Hills. I am in the new LD2. I have lived in Arizona all of my life, all 61 years of my life, and most of the time I've spent around the North Mountain Preserves. I am here because I believe that it is extremely important to keep the North Mountain Preserve community intact as it is now. On the maps, was really excited when I saw that the maps did draw up to the would not be dividing Sunny Slope from the rest of the North Mountain Preserve. When you divide communities, you are not able to advocate effectively for things they need. Sunny Slope is a part of the North Mountain Preserve community and also ensures that the district remains competitive. It makes geographical sense to keep this district the way it is and also represents natural boundaries that the IRC should follow. We all enjoy the same beautiful hiking trails, the refreshing views, and all of our one community who have settled around the base of the mountain. Please keep this area together. It makes no sense to divide it.
Esteemed Council, good evening. My name is Don. I live at the corner of Greenway Road and Greenway Parkway. I've lived in North Phoenix for 9 years. One of the reasons I like Legislative District 2 and the way it's been drawn up is because it creates a diverse yet connected community. I like diversity. I think diversity is important because I'm from New York. I grew up in New York during a time when it was the most diverse city in the country. Diversity makes people aware of others' opinions and views, and I believe, sorry, this is one of my first times doing this. When they have a commonality like a neighborhood, things go better for residents and they learn how to see each other's views and understand their opinions. I go often down to Sunny Slope area. I use the John C. Lincoln Medical Center and shopping. So I'm glad that you chose not to divide the North Mountain community and keep Sunny Slope in District 2. I also think the way the lines are drawn up just makes sense geographically as well. It would not make sense to separate and divide the North Mountain community by putting Sunny Slope in any other district. Thank you.
Back to Cottonwood. Thank you.
The next 10 speakers, Michael Matthews, Margie Hardy, Leah Donnell, Stephen Hanks, Claudia Clark, Christine Pantone, KG Deem, Betsy Holian, Jeannie Reno. 10th speaker, Lily Schultz. Michael Matthews.
Good evening. My name is Michael Matthews. I'm a Cottonwood City Council member. While I do not represent any opinion from the City Council, I do represent many constituents. And myself and these constituents believe that the Verde Valley communities of Cottonwood, Clarkdale, Camp Verde, Cornville, and Sedona should be incorporated with the communities of rural and suburban communities of Flagstaff into a non-native district, legislative District 7. So we believe that this would also create the population equity that that you're trying to achieve. So, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Leah Donnell, and I'm an independent voter and a resident of the Verde Valley, which is a place that really feels like home to me. But the last couple of years have fueled extremist activities that threaten the peace of the community that I call home. I think the legislative and congressional district maps are a crucial tool in reducing hostility locally and throughout the state. The purpose of the IRC is to help Arizona achieve a healthy democracy where all feel served and where the voters are empowered. And when done properly, these maps help our neighbors find common ground. The beauty of having opposing viewpoints is that when governed well, the outcome allows communities to thrive and for everyone to feel that their voice has been represented. Without competitive maps, the prudent checks and balances of our system are overwhelmed by extremist viewpoints that are a toxic threat to our democracy. The draft maps proposed by the IRC fail to make competitive legislative and congressional districts for the people of the Verde Valley. But I do believe that the LDF 050 and 051 legislative maps proposed by Coconino County Board of Supervisors and the CDF 010 congressional map proposed by the Navajo Nation remedy these failures and provide the Verde Valley with competitive districts that allow independent voters to impact and moderate our democracy. I ask that the Commission adopt these maps as they provide the competitive political environment that will help unite Arizonans by encouraging compromise and diplomacy. Thank you to the Commission for all the hard work that you've done. I imagine drawing these maps is difficult.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Hanks, and I'm speaking as a new resident of Arizona, having moved to Sedona 3 months ago. And I really appreciate that there is an independent redistricting commission. When I came in today, I picked up the agenda, and I noticed under the call for public comment, this is what's written. This is the time for consideration and discussion of input from the public with respect to communities of interest and other redistricting criteria to be used by the Commission in the development of draft congressional and legislative district maps. Now, as an editor by trade, I would add 2 words to the beginning of that sentence. Very serious consideration. With all due respect to all of you on the Commission, I'm really hoping that all of these meetings that you have to attend or you are attending to listen to the citizens of the community are doing it because you want to and need to, not because you have to. We need very serious consideration. And while I've been sitting here tonight, I've heard the majority of people that live in the Verde Valley and the Sedona area push and promote the idea that Sedona should be kept together. When you have that kind of support for an issue, I think that needs very serious consideration. When I visited Sedona over the 20 years before I decided to move here, we flew into Flagstaff, not into Prescott. When I had to buy supplies for my new home in VOC, I went to the Home Depot in Cottonwood. These are the communities of interest, and that's why we need to keep this together. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Claudia Clark, living in Clarkdale and a native of Arizona. My ancestors first came to Arizona in the 1750s. I love the Verde Valley Red Rocks region and want to be heard by my government. I am concerned that it won't be because the draft maps that include the Verdean Valley are not competitive. How can draft LD5 that only includes 28.5% Democrats be considered competitive? While the Commission has many ways to draw lines that would make a Northern Arizona legislative district competitive, while following the other 5 criteria, these draft maps pack Democrats into one district and Republicans into 2 others. Draft CD2 would give Republicans a 7.6 advantage. We currently have some extreme representatives that do not have to listen to all their constituents because they have safe districts. I want competitive districts because they engage voters. Elected representatives have no motivation to be accountable if they are in safe seats. Competition within districts fosters moderation because candidates must appeal to people with differing views. The draft maps for legislative districts in Northern Arizona will foster extremism and further polarization, and I urge the I urge the commission to revise them. Competitive districts would benefit everyone, and really all of us have our voices heard, which the current draft maps do not do. For that reason, the committee should adopt LDF 50 and 51 and CDF 10. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Pantone, and I live in the Verde Valley. I am here speaking in regards to the future LD7. I would like to see Cottonwood, Cornville, Clarkdale, Camp Verde, and all of Sedona, as well as the suburban, rural, and outer lying parts of Flagstaff, all included in the non-native future LD7. We don't want, or I would not like, Pinal County in this district because they're not a Northern Arizona community of interest. I would like to see even numbers among the districts. Thank you.
Excuse me, I have a follow-up question. We want to make sure we're hearing correctly because I think are you saying you want these communities together in a non-native? You're saying not with the Native Americans? I'm not sure what you're getting at there.
Just in the future LD7. Yeah. I'm not sure.
Okay, so you're not sure with the words that you read, but I've heard the same words now about keeping these communities together in a non-native district. I'm hearing not in Yavapai, non-native, and I don't understand exactly what that means. So if somebody in the future is going to read those words, I'd like to understand it. Thank you. Up and speak, if you could speak to that, that would be great. Thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is KG Deem. I was born here in the Verde Valley 36 years ago. I'm a third generation here in the valley. My mother was raised here, as was my grandmother back when this was a one-lane town with just a single stoplight. First and foremost, I would like to say that I have no desire to be living in Prescott's shadow. Prescott is a totally different community and does not represent the Verde Valley. As far as different communities are concerned, I would like to see primarily blue Flagstaff be its own district in Legislative District 6. And I would like to see my community, the Verde Valley, that's Clarkdale, Camp Verde, Cottonwood, brought together in LD7. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Betsy Houlihan, and I'm a 35-year resident of the Verde Valley. I'm here tonight to express my concerns that each of the 3 maps that have been supplied by the council will be devastating to the Verde Valley. To even suggest that the proportions within the competitive lane should come about is a slap in the face of the requirement for competitive districts. There should be a separate district for the Verde Valley, reaching north to include all of Flagstaff. Living in the Verde Valley is totally different from residing in Prescott or Black Canyon City or Baghdad. The Verde River is a natural link to northern Arizona through its tributaries, and the preservation of the Verde River water system is crucial to the existence of the Verde Valley, contributing to both its economic and cultural viability. That includes all of Sedona, reaching north through Oak Creek to Flagstaff. In 2017, the Center for Biological Diversity in Washington, D.C., made a study of the impact on the Verde by the pumping of water from the Big Chino Aquifer to service development in Prescott and Prescott Valley, and then reported that it may destroy the Upper Verde. The northern section of our state that supports the creeks with the tributaries of the Verde needs to be represented by a person directly related to the Verde Valley. A single congressional representative supported by Prescott is likely to side with that city's uncontrolled water needs. I support CDF 10 from Flagstaff Board of Supervisors. Splitting Yavapai County makes sense along the Mingus Mountain line. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janine Reno. I'm a resident of Sedona in the village of Oak Creek, and I'm here to emphasize that the Sedona, Verde Valley, Flagstaff area are a social and economic community of interest, and I would like them to stay together. This area has been divided into uncompetitive districts, and we need to have districts where all points of view can have a voice. The current draft maps move the Sedona Verde Valley with Prescott, which we have little in common, and we are separated by a mountain range, which was ignored in the draft maps. I attended the listening tour satellite meeting in Sedona on July 27th, and of 24 people who spoke about the current configuration of LD6, 75% of them supported the existing configuration of our Verde Valley, Sedona, Flagstaff area. And I also listened to the virtual town hall on November 6th, and the people of Northern Arizona overwhelmingly testified that they do not think the draft maps are competitive. The Arizona Office of Tourism commissions an annual study to examine the economic impact of the travel industry in the state and presents the updated data at the annual Governor's Conference on Tourism. Their 2020 study documented the spending, earnings, employment, and tax revenue of all 30 legislative districts. The current LD6 district has a $2.1 billion impact on the state of Arizona in 2019. It is the second largest tourism economy in the state of Arizona. The Arizona Office of Tourism, thank you.
Hi, my name is Lily Schultz and I live in Cottonwood. I am a native Arizonan and I know how important water is. I've been taught that all my life. With that in my mind, I would say that I would want to be with Verde Valley, Cottonwood, Cornville, Clarkdale, Camp Verde, and Sedona, and Flagstaff. In the future, LD7. I like Prescott, I like shopping there and visiting there, but I'm very afraid that if we get grouped with them, we will lose our voice, and we might even lose our water. I've been very disappointed in how they've decided to do education as well, taking all the classes across the mountain. I have young children who are getting in the college age, and it would be quite a hardship, especially when it gets very snowy, for them to drive 65 miles to go to college. So I would hope that we would follow the district map of LD7. Thank you.
We will now go back to Desert Ridge.
Our next five speakers are Georgetta Pearson, Bruce Linker, Don Solera, Doug Menkes, and Phyllis Lerner.
Good evening. Thank you for this time to speak to you, commissioners. I'm looking at the stats for the legislative district's draft map, and in particular LD2. I noticed that the population is at 250,000, the highest of any other LD, and outside of the constitutional guidance of equal populations in each LD. I have a position to fix, or proposition to fix LD2 and correct the disproportionate population load, while at the same time supporting the Voters' Rights Act, as well as the previous community of interest comments that have been made. My proposition is that you move Sunny Slope into LD1. This move will achieve three things: support the Voters Act, a very important federal law designed to allow minorities the opportunity to elect the candidate of their choice. Sunny Slope is a community of minorities, mainly Hispanic. And right now, the Hispanic voters percentage in LD2 is only 19%, as compared to LD1, which is 27%. This will ensure that LD1 becomes a VRA district and Hispanic voices are represented properly. Number two, equalize the 10,000 population overage from LD2 into LD1. LD2 would go from 250K to 240K, while LD1 would go from 231K to 241K. This is in line with the Arizona Constitution. Number three, ensure communities of interest are correctly represented. As I have stated before, the Sunny Slope community is very different from the northern communities of LD2, and I fear neither would be properly represented. I want to thank you again for considering this proposal, while at the same time, please remember, you as the board, your role is to ensure that the Arizona Constitution is followed when drawing maps.
Hi, I am Bruce Linker, residing and voting in Scottsdale for over 25 years. I'm a retiree, a former University of Phoenix instructor, and a technologies project manager. My wife is a retired school teacher. We left the big city to move to a suburban environment to enjoy our retirement years. All of our daily activities are in Scottsdale and Fountain Hills. Fountain Hills and Scottsdale have similar interests, concerns, and needs as those living in Scottsdale north of Camelback Road up through Cave Creek, Carefree, and Desert Mountain. We should be in the same legislative district. We must never go east of Fountain Hills or west of Tatum Road. That's our recommendation for the boundaries of LD4. With all respect, I must comment that it is completely wrong to include Scottsdale in a congressional district with Central Phoenix. The last time we were in Central Phoenix was in 2018 for a D-backs game. After the game, we went back to Scottsdale for a bite to eat and a walk. Scottsdale and Fountain Hills are our community for friendship, worship, daily activities like doctors, shopping, and dining. Our sales tax dollars stay in our community to fund Scottsdale City services and personnel, maintenance, infrastructure, decorative artwork along the roadways to enhance and maintain the suburban feel of Scottsdale. Central Phoenix is urban. It is not fair to Sunny Slope or Phoenix to be included with Scottsdale politically. Thank you.
Good evening to the commission, and thanks for hanging in there. My name is Don Scalera. I've lived in Arizona for about 41 years, last 20 years as a resident and homeowner in LD 28. One of the changes I had heard about proposed is the possible splitting of the new LD4 north and south, and I'm speaking against it and for keeping the district as drawn currently. The LD4, of course, is PV, Arcadia, Camelback, that corridor. And the community is connected by many things, including transportation, the 51, Tatum Boulevard, Scottsdale Road to the east. I shop and have friends and do business throughout this entire corridor and feel that it meets the community of interest description. It's also among the most competitive districts in the state, which is, congratulations to the commission for that. And I'd like to see that kept. If we don't have competitive districts, then obviously things can become skewed. Politicians aren't obligated to answer to the needs of all the constituents if things are skewed in that respect. So I would ask again that you keep the district in the shape that it is currently proposed. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Doug Manx, a retired resident in Desert Ridge for over 6 years. We live very close to the Scottsdale-Phoenix line, so much of what we do occurs in Desert Ridge and on Scottsdale Road. We don't often get involved east of Scottsdale Road. The current LD15 boundaries make sense to me, as well as many of my neighbors. The proposed LD3 would include Desert Ridge as well as Rio Verde, Fountain Hills, would extend as far west as Route 17. This is clearly not a homogeneous district, and I doubt that all of those people have common interests, including shopping, recreation, dining out, and worshiping. While no redistricting solution is perfect, it would make the most sense to me to leave LD15 pretty much the way it is, and particularly make sure that the eastern boundary continues to be Scottsdale Road. And I'd like to thank the commission for the opportunity to letting me present my opinion.
I will be referring to the CD1 and LD3 maps. Thank you. My name is Phyllis Lerner. I'm a long-term resident of Desert Mountain, speaking on my own behalf. I live just northeast of Caffrey near the Tonto National Forest. With reference to the CD1 map, where we live and work, this map does not reflect our community of interest. If you look at the far southwestern portion of this map, the central Phoenix area should not be part of CD1. Specifically, the southwesternmost neighborhoods of Alhambra and Canto and Camelback East should be removed. In our community, we frequently use the areas north of the 101 freeway. Do not go to the southwestern portions of the proposed CD1. As such, these areas don't have much in common with our community of interest. I realize this removal would require replacement of population in CD1. As such, the western boundary of CD1 can be extended west to the Interstate 17 to compensate the proposed change. It's a logical landmark forming a western boundary that encompasses community of interest, like those in the areas of CD1 north of the freeway. I'm happy with the current LD3 design because it includes Desert Mountain. To close, I ask the Commission to closely adhere to all 6 of the redistricting criteria as set forth in Arizona law. The makeup of these districts should reflect communities of common interest so they can be represented fairly and accurately. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Our next 5 speakers are Christine Carmona, Charmaine Roth, Michael Joyner, I believe that is, James Roth, and Marla Neely.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Christine Carmona. I'm a PC of LD30. I saw on the proposed new districting map that the area bound by 19th Avenue on the east, Dunlap on the north, and that includes SR 17 on the west and Glendale Avenue on the south, has a whole new number. The number 26. It used to be LD 30. LD 26 has been located somewhere in the East Valley for the last 10 years. Why are you numbering my area 26? That's the wrong number for that area. I suggest the IRC include the area between SR 17 and 19th Avenue and between Glendale Avenue and Dunlap into LD2, the area north of Dunlap, as I feel the people who live in my area are just like those living north of Dunlap, while still west of 19th Avenue. However, if you disagree with my suggestion, I don't mind, but I really hope that you give my residence area a different number, like number 29 and LD 29, LD 30 like it is now, or LD 24, anything other than LD 26. Thank you.
My name is Charmaine Roth, and I initially came here this evening to speak about a draft map of LD3. But since I've been here and listened to several meetings prior to this, I am very disturbed by the incessant drumbeat regarding competitiveness, as if it was the only guideline when drafting maps. Competitiveness is being used to the detriment of the other guidelines. Additionally, when speaking regarding competitiveness, the speakers have ignored independents, libertarians, and party not declared when they're speaking with their percentages. And these voters also need to have their own voice, and they're not given any voice here at all. But they have the opportunity to make their choices when voting time comes. Let's see. I am very disturbed, and I believe that these competitiveness drumbeat is disingenuous. The emphasis is on this one guideline to the detriment of the others. I agree with this other speaker that said we need to look at all 6 of them. Please have a balanced view when drawing these maps, not becoming swayed by this overemphasis expressed here and at the other meetings. It is very disturbing to me. Competitiveness is not the most important issue. It is one of 6. Thank you very much.
Wow, she stole my story without me even knowing. My name is Michael Joyner, and I am an elected official for Maricopa County. So I travel all over the county and I hear the concerns of everyone, but specifically I am here to speak about LD3. LD3 encompasses most of Scottsdale, and the last map I saw, it was taking the western border all the way over to I-17, all the way east to Fountain Hills, all the way north to Desert Mountain, but it cut off at Shea. And I'm here to tell you that as a native Arizonan, I was born and raised here. I've lived in Scottsdale for 21 years. My husband and I hardly ever go west of Scottsdale Road unless it's for work. We shop at Scottsdale Fashion Square. We eat in Scottsdale in the north and south corridor. We have everything in common with those people that we live with, although we have friends in all the districts. But I urge you to not listen to I don't want to say that. I urge you to realize that the word competitive has been, what they're really saying is their political party. And that is not part of what we should be looking at. We need to be looking at common interests, where we work, where we play, where we worship, and where we shop. And my suggestion on the map is that you move our western boundary for LD3 over to Scottsdale Road, take it south down to Osborne, keep Fountain Hills where it is, and all the way up to Desert Mountain. I believe the math would work that way, and I know that the common interest of lifestyle would work that way. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is James Roth. I live in Rio Verde, and I think that Rio Verde, Fountain Hills, and Scottsdale should continue to be in the same legislative district because this area shares a community interest. So this is the area where my neighbors and I live. We do business, we shop, go to church, participate in other community activities. The current district, which includes Rio Verde, Fountain Hills, and all of Scottsdale, accurately represents a community of interest of citizens who live and work together. The proposed inclusion of Desert Ridge and Anthem out to I-17 with Rio Verde and Fountain Hills does not reflect an actual community of interest, since neither most of my neighbors and myself, we never go there, we don't shop there, we don't do business there, or participate in activities in those communities. So the western boundary, as I think a few of the other speakers have mentioned, should be Scottsdale Road, and should go south to maybe like downtown Scottsdale, Osborne, and Thomas Road. And also, I like to just my final comment is, I think that the board should not sacrifice the primary factors of compactness and the communities of interest to the subordinate criteria of competitiveness. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marla Neely. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm looking at the congressional districts draft map, and in particular CD1, my district. I'm not in agreement with this proposed map. I am disappointed and greatly troubled to hear the commissioners talk about political balance or proportionality. That's putting politics into redistricting, not taking it out, contrary to the proposition that created this commission. I am proposing the following change. The neighborhoods of Alhambra, Encanto, and Camelback East should be moved out of CD1 and into CD3 for the following reasons. 1, these neighborhoods are urban and densely populated and do not share the common community interests as the suburban North Phoenix and Scottsdale. Hence, the community of interest rule is not being adhered to. Number 2, the neighborhoods of Alhambra, Encanto, and East Camelback are highly Hispanic and should be part of CD3, which is also highly Hispanic. This is in line with the Voters' Rights Act and would ensure the voice for this minority group as intended by this act. In order to compensate for the population loss of CD1, based on my proposition, I recommend that the western boundary of CD1 move back to I-17 from Cave Creek to respect the natural west-east valley split. I want to thank you again for considering this proposal, while at the same time I want to remind the board that your role is not to use redistricting as a political arm, but to ensure that the Arizona Constitution is followed. This is why the commission was formed. Otherwise, we can go back to having our legislative draw the maps. Commissioners are not elected officials, and they do not need to follow party lines. Thank you.
Back to Cottonwood.
Now, our next 10 speakers are Wayne Schultz is first, followed by Angela Lefever, followed by the third speaker, David Osborne. The fourth speaker is Patricia Kopicki. The fifth speaker is Peter Asensio. The sixth speaker is Charlotte Hosseini. The seventh speaker is Robin Lowe, followed by Sylvia Wilson, and then Brandy Bateman.
Hi, my name is Wayne Schultz, and I live in Cottonwood. Been in Cottonwood for about 15 years with my wife and family. I want to be what I want the Verde Valley. I want it to be with the Verde Valley, which is Cottonwood, Cornville, Clarkdale, Camperdy, Sedona, and Flagstaff. We should be together in the future, and so we can be fairly represented. Thanks.
Good evening. Thank you so much for you giving all your time to this very, very critical role that you play. My name is Angela Lefever. I have lived in Sedona for over 20 years, and I've been very active in that community. I've been on city council. I've done a lot of volunteer work. I volunteer with the Forest Services. I'm a docent. I'm on the board of the Red Rock State Park. And I've also volunteered with the Verde Valley Caregivers, helped to take little old ladies around town. I also got to know this place and the people in it and the area I really strongly believe in keeping Sedona in one voting district and not splitting it up. I do believe in competitive districts and hope, and this does help to encourage participation. Safe districts are not good for democracy or accountability. In safe districts, elections are decided in the primaries, and I don't think that's a good thing. I believe that there have been other submissions. Coconino County Board of Supervisor has submitted a second option. It would result in a 50.2% Republican, 49.8% Democratic split. It has been endorsed by the cities of Flagstaff and Sedona, and I think it's definitely worth looking at and considering. The name of it is LDF 050, and I hope that has your attention. Thank you again for all you do and for your time and for giving me the chance to give my contribution this evening. Thank you.
Is Dieter Connect here?
So sorry, I didn't hear my name. Thank you. I'm Dieter Knecht, and I appreciate your hard work on this commission. But I'm sorry to say that so far it's resulted in draft maps that to me are failures, and mainly they don't meet competitiveness. I just heard a lot of comments saying, gee, competitiveness is bad. I don't understand that because non-competitive districts essentially pack one party or the other. So maybe if you're the main party, it's great, but it's not overall. For the 23 of the 30 majority districts in the approved map are packed to be non-competitive supermajorities. 11 Democratic districts, 12 for the Republicans. For these 11 Democratic districts, the average difference between Democratic and Republican voters is a whopping 34%. This is for all of the districts. For the 12 Republican majority districts, it's 22%. These could be interpreted to say that there's 1.5 stuffed Democrat for every stuffed Republican in their district. Why can't we achieve voters' goals of competitiveness? This is what the voters initially approved to form independent commissions. They want fair and competitive districts. Well, CDF 50 and 51 do meet that, so it can be done. Thank you very much.
Good evening. David Osborne. I live in Rimrock, which is in Verde Valley. I'm satisfied with the current map for CD2. I'm satisfied with the current map for LD5 with 2 exceptions. I would like to see all of the city of Sedona and all of the city of Wickenburg included in LD5. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Patricia Kopitke, and I live in the village of Oak Creek. My husband and I moved to Arizona after retiring in 2013. The 2014 elections were the first in which we participated in Arizona. The following year, I attended an event sponsored by the nonpartisan League of Women Voters in our community, which included an explanation of Arizona's Independent Redistricting Commission. I've long been aware of the practice of gerrymandering in many states and agree that voters and communities should choose their representatives and not the other way around. I was encouraged to learn that the Arizona State Constitution had been amended based on the decision of the voters to keep politics out of determining legislative districts, and that specific criteria such as competitiveness, compactness, and communities of interest were to be followed to draw fair and competitive districts for our state. I was disappointed to learn of the plan to redraw congressional and legislative district lines that would split the Sedona and Verde Valley community, effectively dividing those voters between the larger communities of Prescott and Payson, whom we have little in common. The obvious motivation would seem to be divide and conquer, with the purpose of one political party increasing their control over the entire region. I find this strategy nothing short of appalling. Thank you very much.
My name is Pete Asensio. I live in the Verde Valley. I've owned property here for about 13 years now. I am on the community association where I live at. I'm very involved with all of our neighbors, not just a certain group, but all of them that we help with, with all of their needs. I believe that the Verde Valley should stay intact, not divided up. I think Wickenburg should be part of it. And and a lot of people that I know, that I deal with every day, spend a lot of time in Prescott. And I don't go to Flagstaff, but I do go to Sedona. And I agree with some of these people that Sedona should be whole and kept with the Verde Valley. That's all I have to say.
And is Charlotte Husseini here? No. Robin Lowe? Sylvia Wilson? Brandy Bateman? Okay, I'll call the next 4 people to round out our 10 speakers. Thomas Reiner, Bob Porter, Marilyn Bernhardt, and Ernie Strock.
Good evening. I'm Marilyn Bernhardt. Most of the points that I intended to make have already been addressed, so I'll try to be brief. I'm a little bit concerned by people downplaying the importance of competitiveness. I recognize that we have 6 criteria to deal with, but of those 6, the one that has the propensity to do the most damage to a fair vote is competitiveness, and I think we need to recognize that. Although it's one of 6, it's a big one of 6. Second, there is nothing holy about keeping Yavapai County in one piece, especially when the commission has already divided 3/4 of the counties in the state into pieces, and Yavapai County is the largest, or one of the largest. I live in Sedona, and I can't remember the last time. Yes, I can. I went to Prescott. It's been well over a year ago. I go a couple of times a month to Flagstaff for various things, to get my car fixed, to hike, for medical treatment, for all sorts of things. But I hardly ever go the other direction, over the hill, as Jessica Williamson said. So I'm in favor of leaning toward including the Verde Valley with Flagstaff. But most importantly, and I'm coming back to it, is the idea of the competitiveness. It's so important because, and forgive my cynicism if I imagine that those who play it down are members of the majority parties in the districts in which they live. I think that it's, not only does it deprive a lot of people of an effective vote, but it also contributes to the polarization and to the extremism that's tearing our country apart right now, and we just can't afford to do that. Thank you.
I'm Ernie Strau, a former mayor, vice mayor rather, of Sedona. And I think there's no doubt that what you have heard today is one overwhelming theme of this meeting, and I'm sure it's not lost on you, and that's the term competitiveness. For the last 24 years, I have lived in a separate part of Sedona from many of my Sedona colleagues. I live in Coconino County, half a mile from Yavapai County. However, we are in the same school district, the same fire district, and we operate under the same health, safety, welfare, and zoning codes. On what ridiculous basis are we separated from each other? Actually, it's a county line that only a surveyor could find. If you leave the draft maps the way they are, you will continue this ridiculous distinction in the political sphere for another 10 years. I've previously told you of many, many connections to Flagstaff in daily life, and many people have mentioned them: the health services, public and private, our national forest, the fire services, and the myriad of tourist-based businesses, as well as the educational opportunities at NAU. All of Sedona and the Verde Valley belongs with Flagstaff, not carved out and apart in 3 different districts. And on that subject, you are aware that the 3 draft Northern Arizona districts, 5, 6, and 7, are all totally non-competitive by almost 30 percentage points or more. This will not stand legally, particularly since the maps we support, LDF 050 and 51, are competitive. We strongly suggest you significantly improve our competitiveness at the same time you address our communities of interest. Thank you. Now, on that non-native statement, if I could bring that, I believe, as I interpreted what people were saying, that they were talking or use that term only to allow the Native Americans their own potential for representation. I certainly hope that none of the comments were any way racially motivated. But I think, currently District 7 has been drawn essentially for Native American representation to make sure that they had some. And I think that's what was meant. If anyone wants to disagree with that, they can.
And let me call again Bob Porter or Thomas Reiner. Are either of them here? If not, we will send it back to Phoenix. Thank you.
Our next 5 speakers are Paul Schween, Penny Deanda, Yvonne Cahill, William Smith, and Sean Rohr.
Thanks to the committee. Thanks for the time. My name is Paul Schween, District LD 12, and I'm not an elected official. If you would be so kind. My wife and I truly love where we live in Gilbert. We like to tell our family and friends that we live in our own little bubble. We seem to think we're sequestered ourselves from much of the craziness we see evolving about. And yes, we're delightfully delusional about it, and we don't need any therapy over it. Thank you. We've worked hard to create this environment in which to preserve it at all costs. We reared our 2 kids and our 12 grandkids in this wonderful community. My wife has served on numerous boards throughout her career, not least of which produced the Chandler Performing Arts Theater, the Riparian Preserve at Water Ranch, and Freestone Park. I'd like to remind the committee it was over 2,000 years ago that Aristotle once said that the best political community is formed by citizens of the middle class. I truly believe that's true today. We love our community and wish to be affiliated with like-minded middle-class residents who share the same values, the same vision, and that will defend our freedom to choose how we live and nurture our community interests. Dividing LD 12 into not 1, not 2, not 3, wait for it, not 4, but 5 different factions, in my humble opinion and layman's perspective, I mean, that's in complete opposition to what the redistricting guidelines were put forth for. I think the consolidated Gilbert map takes a lot of those issues into consideration and really does a good job. I mean, if you look at the map and you look at the finger that it comes out and carves the heart right out of Gilbert, attaches it to Ahwatukee, I don't get it. And if you divide us, slice us up, and break us down, it's divisive. It's harmful to our fragile culture that we've been able to develop. And I'm just asking, I'm begging that you please divide Gilbert up as little as possible. Respect those who have worked to build this community. Appreciate the time and respectfully say that these divisions. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vinay Dianda. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak. I recently moved from Central Phoenix to 19th Avenue Greenway. I'm a longtime viewer of these hearings, but a first-time public speaker. I am glad that the Sunny Slope area will be in proposed legislative district 2, within the rest of the North Mountain community. This area is known for its wonderful diversity. It's definitely its strong suit, which brings me to my point. District lines should be drawn to empower communities, encourage competition that lead to an overall statewide change that will bring an outcome that reflects our great, diverse, and ever-changing Grand Canyon state. The Northern Mountain Preserve is a single community of interest. Sunny Slope is more connected to Northern Phoenix. It makes no sense, and it does not benefit the communities residing in Sunny Slope to shift it down and pack it up into proposed District 1. And I say that as a former District 1 resident. Having a competitive district allows voters to pick their elected officials. Elected officials should never be in a position where they are picking their voters. This process, our redistricting process, should not cause voters to lose their ability to make meaningful choices in who represents us. There's no doubt that some part of the states currently prefer one party over another. We must have maps that allow our voters to hold elected officials accountable and that properly represent our communities. My district is fairly competitive as it stands, and it should be kept that way. Perhaps competitiveness is not one of the, it's not the only criteria, but it is an essential one. We need elected officials that will fight for us from the beginning, and that starts with having a competitive district. If there are changes that need to be done, then those efforts should be going into creating a 5th majority-minority Latino state district within Maricopa, given the increase of the Latino population, but not packing it. Thank you for your time.
Hello, thank you to the commission. My name's Yvonne Cahill. I'm a realtor in Scottsdale. I'm a former registered nurse, and I was also a hearing officer in small claims court for Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm also an immigrant. I take my vote very seriously. I live in McCormick Ranch, and I have to say I'm very, very disappointed that the commission took Scottsdale and blew it up into 3 separate sections. The fact that this has been done shows that you have totally ignored the Arizona Constitution, Article 4, Part 2, Section 114. You totally ignored A, B, C, and D, and E by blowing up Scottsdale and went directly to F, which is the last priority. To extend practical competitive districts should be favored where to do so would create no significant detriment to the other goals. It would make sense. Scottsdale is a city of 260,000 people. It would make sense to take Osborne South, put that with Tempe, keep Scottsdale by itself, go north, and don't make the cutoff Scottsdale Road. If you do that, you cut off several communities in North Scottsdale. I really question your alternative motives. Everybody that lives in Scottsdale shops in Scottsdale. Scottsdale is a western town. I don't know what you're thinking putting it with Arcadia. When's the last time you saw a horse downtown Arcadia? I mean, come on, people. Also, our congressional district, I'm very disappointed that you would put us with Central Phoenix. Again, what are you thinking? Scottsdale is rural. We have a western town. We do not belong with urban Phoenix. We really belong maybe in North Phoenix area. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's William Smith. I live in Paradise Park, which will be in the center of the new LD4. Paradise Park was on the northern end of the old LD28, and I can feel the pain of someone that feels isolated from the rest of their LD. And I'm real concerned what has happened to the people in the southern end of LD4, because I would be willing to bet that very few of them have been north of the natural boundary of the mountains. And I know where I live, but basically the intersection of Bell and the 51, that in the suburbs up north, we live east to west, not north to south. I hardly ever go south of Shea other than to the airport, pick someone up or something. So I think that the people in the have been in the south end of your proposed LD4 have been dealt a great disservice by being put with people miles and miles from them, and this is in a city setting and not a rural setting. So I think you need to reconsider, move the southern boundary of your 4 north, and there's already several people. The other thing that I want you to please address, I'm real disappointed in the disparity of the populations. The fact that there's so much swing between some of these LDs. And with that, I thank you for your service and I thank you for your time. And remember this, the primary stakeholders of these elections are we citizens that vote. They are not for the politicians. They're not for the state of Arizona. The elections are for the benefit of we citizens. We are the primary stakeholders in our rights to the representative government. Thank you for your time.
My name's Sean Rohr. I'm a HOA president, and I'd come here to speak about, I actually came here to speak about LD3, but it's been beat up pretty good already. And I realize I'm on the west side of Scottsdale, and I didn't understand all these other people from Fountain Hills because I'm not part of that community. My community is west of there. So maybe I should be talking about LD28, which I believe LD15, where I came from, used to go from 67th Avenue to Scottsdale Road. Now I'm looking at LD3 that goes clear out to, includes Fountain Hills. I'm like, I got friends in Fountain Hills, but I don't share in that community. So maybe I want to say that LD28 should move over to Scottsdale Road, which would be consistent with what all the people from LD3 are saying. They want to stop at Scottsdale Road. And I don't think LD 28 should go all the way out to La Paz County. It should stop at the forget the draw out there, but the 303, no further than the 303. That's all I really have to say. Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break for the transcriptionist, and we will resume at 9:15 sharp. Or, I'm sorry, 9:18. It is 9:18. We're going to resume here in North Phoenix. Our first speaker will be Summer Baker, then Connor Owen, Catherine Hopkins, John Hassett, and Makuach Chal.
Summer Baker, born and raised and currently living in the Tempe area. I live off of Baseline Road and Mill Avenue. My community is made up of single-family homes with various age groups from preschoolers to high schoolers. We have many people that commute to Ahwatukee, South Tempe, and West Chandler for work. We support local restaurants and businesses in those areas, and we hardly travel into North Tempe, the college area, or into Mesa. The city of Tempe is very different above versus below Broadway Road, and very different between east and west of Price Road. Last time around, my community was grouped into an LD that included other communities that those areas south of the US 60 did not frequently travel to or participate in. A large part of the previous district consisted of the Salt River Indian Reservation, who does not participate in our portion of the community on a regular basis. South of the US 60 is a single urban community with shared interests and values and should be kept whole and not divided. Your current LD 8 draft map version 10 has a community again, has my community again grouped with the Salt River Indian Reservation. And this is not racially driven, as I am Native American myself. Currently, the interactive map located at the bottom of the grid map page of the IRC website has a proposed LD 11 and this is the closest rendition of the area of my community. I ask that you redraw these districts to include the area south of the US 60. Furthermore, the districts the previous commission drew were not compact, did not have equal population, and were too focused on competitiveness. They were drawn disregarding the other constitutional requirements, and I do not want this to happen again. Competitive districts should be considered as long as the other 5 requirements are prioritized first. Please consider the Arizona Constitution when you're redrawing the districts this time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Connor Owen. Thank you. My name is Connor Owen. I'm a lifelong resident of North Scottsdale, which would be LD3 in this map. Basically, what I'm here to say is I think you guys did a really good job with the Maricopa County portion of the legislative map. No one really got everything, but everyone got something, and I think that's a great compromise we can work around. In terms of the congressional map, I think that the draft version of District 1 that spans from Scottsdale down to Central Phoenix, I think that's incredibly appropriate, and I think it actually benefits and we share a community of interest. I went to school in Central Phoenix. I work currently in Central Phoenix, and I'll tell you, tens of thousands of people drive that same route every day down the 51 corridor. That is a community of interest. We care about their roads, we support businesses down there, and we really have a vested interest in making sure that that area has equal representation. I also support keeping Alhambra and Canto in the area. Typically, when people from North Scottsdale and Desert Ridge speak about Alhambra, they've never been there. They don't know that community of interest. I say, go ask the people there and see what district they want to be in. There's not necessarily a reason to pack them all into a Southwest Phoenix district, especially when District 1 is already competitive. I also think LD 17 in Tucson is an ethical disaster. A commissioner shouldn't have an unequal opportunity to present something, especially when they have an interest with the person proposing the map. It's not compact, it's not competitive. Those aren't community of interest. Just because they're the same political party does not mean they share anything else in common. I think we can make that much more competitive. I ask that we definitely retake a look so we're not packing Latinos into southern districts. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Catherine Hopkins. I'm a retired software solutions engineer. I want to thank you for your service to our community. I've been watching the commission meetings from the first one, and it's been very educational, and Commissioner Newberg runs a great organized meeting. So I really thank you all for your time and service. What I was disappointed in one day was hearing a commissioner say a business interest was drawing a map. My jaw dropped. It is the commissioner's job to make sure the maps are balanced and not a particular business interest. Researching the business interest, I found he was a party operative. These things will never stay secret for those of us who question and do research. Our community is watching. We see special interest needs being placed above the fairness of the maps. Citizens I speak to want ideas and to know how a candidate will work for them, not just pick a party name. If candidates cannot put great ideas to citizens, they do not deserve to be elected. I would like to see balance in all the LDs. Then candidates must have ideas, not an ideology to win our votes. We are thirsty for ideas and sickened by ideology. The way for citizens to hear ideas is fair and balanced districts. Thank you again for your time and service.
Hi, I'm John Hassett. I grew up in Tempe. I live in Phoenix. I've lived my entire adult life up here. Right now I'm around 40th and Bell. This is the first time I've been to anything like this. I wasn't honestly much aware of how this happened until recently, and I've been very impressed with the evening. I've learned two very important things. First, if you want to get to bed at a reasonable hour, you need to get there much sooner to sign up to speak. And the other thing is that there's a lot of people that know a lot of good stuff. There's been a lot of good input this evening, and I envy you guys the task of trying to observe the Constitution and put that all together. Currently, I live in CD6, LD15, that is going to turn into LD4 and CD1 on the proposed maps for 10. The things I'd like to say about that is that I currently think that LD4 goes too far south. It's not representative. It should go further north, probably to Lone Mountain, and group us with like-minded individuals. We don't often go south. We spend our time more going north, Desert Ridge, and a little further to live, eat, and shop. And as far as CD1 goes, I say exactly the same thing. Central Phoenix is not an area where we spend much of our time, and I bet the people from Central Phoenix don't come up here much too often either. I think it goes a little too far down, and it is too far east, and I think that it should come up a little bit and just bring more of North Phoenix into it. Thank you very much, and good luck with all this.
My name is Kwachol, and I live in 12 Avenue in Peoria between Lake Villa East, Sunsloft. And I am representative of the religious community. I want to get in the commission of the giving a District 2 a way that is, because then keep our community around the mountains and present to all together at once. Geographically, it is a sense of also keeping districts, driveways competitive, weekends, keeping our community close. Among things, the questions of the political, of far more in questions and representative close to the community. Attention of the community. Some community would need a better indication system. Process grow the community. So it's community in need between education system offering the ELL classes, grow the community. A lot of us refugees who needed to successful in this country. The cultural language is successful, and the community need present to the close to the community.
We'll finish up with our last four speakers, Gregory Wodinsky, Chris Givan, Jan DeBoscus, and Judy Robbins.
Hello, and thank you for hearing me tonight. I want to thank the commission for their hard work. My name is Greg Wodinsky, and I live in Fountain Hills. I've been a resident of Maricopa County and Fountain Hills for 28 years. I'm an IT professional and engineer, and I've raised my family. I work, shop, go to church, make medical visits, and partake in recreation primarily in Fountain Hills and Scottsdale. What I'd like to make sure that I stress tonight is that I would ask the commission to adhere to following the Constitution. I want to we're stressed that we're following all 6 criteria. I feel that the past commission and the current commission with the current redistricting maps is too focused on competitiveness, and we should be focused more on communities of interest. Also, I'm noticing from the mapping that we are lacking compactness. LD 23 going to LD 1 is a great example of that. For example, it has a far western border over 35 miles wide and does not go far enough south into what is now a fragmented 3-district Scottsdale. As other people have noted tonight, we feel that that western border should be pulled closer to Scottsdale Road, and the southern border should go further down into Scottsdale, into areas around Indian School, and even possibly down to Osborne. I've worked and lived in Fountain Hills, but commuted to the Old Town area. I've worked in all parts of this county. I've worked in downtown Phoenix, and I can tell you right now, the way LD1 and Congressional District 6 are currently mapped, we are way too broad, and it does not represent what I would consider reasonable communities of interest. So I ask the commission to take that into further consideration. Thank you.
Start the clock. So I just want to thank you for this. It's my first time coming to this. Waited to speak. Wasn't going to speak, but just heard a lot of people talking, so I thought I'd give my 2 cents. So I moved from California. I went to school in Arizona, but I came out here from California a while back because I love Arizona, want to be part of Arizona. But I definitely don't want to see what's happening in California come to Arizona. I'm concerned about everybody, especially, I'm just going to say it, the Democrats speaking tonight, talking about competitiveness. Don't see them going out to Pima and talking about that. They just seem to want to do it in conservative or independent districts and swing the vote their way. That's traditionally gerrymandering. And I'm concerned when they talk about competitiveness, given what happened in the last election. I have concerns, obviously. I'm in LD 15.
Please be quiet.
And I
Allow him
don't
to
want to
speak.
see it go further south. I purposely moved to that community to have that sense of community, and for it to bring in Pima will radically alter that community. I want to be part of, that community that I moved to, and I don't want it to suddenly change and be something else. And I'm also concerned because I really like my representative Debbie Lesko, and to take District 8 and put it into 3 is going to put her at risk. And she's been great for us, and I don't think that's a fair way to do this, is just to throw another district together just to get rid of her. Yeah, and everybody tonight talking from the left about competitiveness like it's the only issue. There's 5 other issues, and it just really concerns me when they just keep bringing up competitiveness, and I think everybody knows what that means. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jan Dabauskas. I'm a resident of North Scottsdale. Thank you for listening to my testimony tonight. I've been living in Scottsdale for about 10 years now. Scottsdale is a very homogeneous area. We live, we work, we play. I live north of the 101. I go to church south of the 101. My children go to school in North Scottsdale. My husband works in Central Scottsdale. Scottsdale is a city that is among itself. I'm very disturbed to see it split into three parts that won't represent our community, that won't represent our interests. When I originally saw this map, I was actually in disbelief. I didn't believe that North Scottsdale would be in a district that spans 35 miles wide, that the actual interests of the citizens of Scottsdale would be so completely disregarded. But not only that, what about the interests of those in the Deer Valley Air Park? Do they really share a community of interest with people in Fountain Hills and Rio Verde? None of us believe that they do. That's just not facts. So what I'd like to propose is that we alter the lines and have a western boundary for Scottsdale of the city of Scottsdale. It's actually a well thought out boundary that we have today. It works very well for our community and represents us in a way that we feel comfortable with. You've heard over and over tonight that we're not happy with the representation, that we would like Scottsdale city limits to be our western boundary. We'd like the southern boundary to be Camelback, to include Fountain Hills, Rio Verde, Cave Creek, and Carefree. With regard to our congressional district, we don't go to Central Phoenix from Scottsdale. We just don't. You know, you might go once a year to see the Nutcracker. You might go once every 2 years to see the Suns. That is just not part of our area. We are a western town. We are a western district, and we do not live in high rises and in that kind of an urban area. We ask you to reconsider including Central Phoenix in CD1. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Judy Robbins. I'm a resident of the Shaw Butte area near I-17, and I'm here to speak about the jewel of Central Phoenix. It's North and Central Phoenix Mountain Preserves. Its community of interest isn't completely linked as it once had been, yet the proposed LD 1, 2, and 4 were fairly thoughtfully outlined and mapped out, and I believe they should be frozen as designed because I believe that competitiveness is important. Yet the congressional district that divides CD1 and CD8 with the I-51 should be reconsidered. The mountain preserve should be completely connected and become one congressional district as CD1. The Central Phoenix Mountain Preserve has much more in common than that of the Peoria area. Our congressional district should be linked through shared concerns and public works. One recent public works project brought our community together when a recent proposed water pipeline was to be installed. The community worked together to consider the environmental impact, and I suggest that this common interest is a better way to map this area than what was drafted. The Central Mountain Preserve is always a very special place when I drive through it or recreate in it, and it should be represented by one congressional member. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm sure everyone is tired, and thank you for all of the people, including the sign language interpreters and the transcribers. Have a good night.
Thank you. That concludes all of our speakers here in. We'll go back to Cottonwood.
Thank you. So we have our next 10 speakers will be the first, Connie Levinson, followed by Ellen Ferreira. Then the third speaker will be Linda Johnson. Fourth speaker, Ann Emerson. Fifth speaker will be Pat Corrington, followed by Toby Friedman. Then followed by Nancy Robb, then Sue Gould, Angelica Cosentino, and then Marlene Masick.
Hello again.
This is the fifth of these hearings that I've participated in, 4 in person and 1 last Saturday. I think Councilwoman Holly Plug has said everything I need to say. I strongly urge you to adopt 50 and 51. What I would like to do with my few remaining minutes is rebut some of what you've heard. Those advocating the inclusion of Western Yavapai, frankly, don't care about Western Yavapai or the Quad Cities. They are Republicans, and they want to keep their 30-point majority. Nobody wants Sedona split. I think that's become very obvious. If it hasn't, we're failing. If competition isn't the purpose of an election, what is? I understand that there are 6 points that should be reached and met to comply with 106, but it seems to me that elections, if held fairly, are competitive entities. I think that's pretty important. If they're not, why bother? Right now, if the district were to remain as drawn, we can vote in the primaries, but unless it's statewide or federal, we have no voice. And in terms of Flagstaff being too young for everybody else, there are almost 30,000 students at NAU. That's going to skew anything, and I'm sure ASU and the University of Arizona skew those figures as well. I know this hasn't been easy. I know you're very, very tired. We appreciate that. We are also. I just hope we're being heard. What frightens me is the thought of this not being changed and inheriting a situation with a congressperson we have no respect for. His own family dislikes him. They take out ads against him. We want to be with Flagstaff and the Verde Valley because that is our community of interest. That's where we go. That's where they care for us and we care for them. So please, map drawing was for everybody. As I recall, anyone who wants it, that is enough to scare you.
Hi, my name is Ellen Ferreira. I'm a resident of Sedona. Are you familiar with Sisyphus? Sisyphus is in Greek mythology. He received a punishment of eternally rolling a boulder up a hill, never to reach the top. That is what the proposed maps for LD5 and LD7 represent to the minority parties, a lost cause. Why should people vote when their leaders are preordained, not elected? Prop 106 says, to the extent practicable, competitive districts should be favored. By whose definition would a nearly 30% to 50% point advantage by one party be deemed competitive? It's not a fair fight. The lopsided advantage results in a one-party system where a minority party has difficulty even fielding candidates. Why would somebody spend years of their lives campaigning across a giant district knowing that the cards were so stacked against them, knowing that their opponent would probably glide to victory with little or no effort, that their opponent has little to no incentive to listen to opposing viewpoints because subsequent victories are virtually assured, little or no incentive to seek moderation because they have unbridled power to do what they want with little or no consequences. Communities of interest can be debated. Competitiveness cannot. You were right. The thesaurus has several synonyms for the word unfair: arbitrary, biased, cruel, discriminatory, dishonest, unprincipled, one-sided, partisan, unsporting, crooked, wrong. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Linda Johnson, and I live in the village of Oak Creek. I support the maps proposed by the Coconino Board of Supervisors submitted on 10/26, LDF 050 and 051, and endorsed by the City Council, the Sedona City Council, in their letter of October 27. When I moved to Arizona, I was very impressed by the permanent early voting law, the PEVL. It said to me, as a new resident, welcome, and we want you to vote. Made it very clear. Democracies require an engaged voting public to be successful. This commission has a huge impact on voter engagement. Again, Arizona has been so smart in creating this process in which we are currently engaged. But I fear your map reeks of partisanship. I urge you to please reconsider the current proposed design. When I look at the proposed map, the first thing I notice is that you've split Sedona into two separate districts. Everybody's talked about it tonight. I cannot help but wonder why you would divide a town of 10,000 people, highly educated, highly engaged voters, into two separate districts. What's the point? You're driving a wedge into the community. Gerrymandering destroys voter engagement. I saw it where I lived before. I feel very strongly about this. I lived it. It drives corruption. 4 out of the last 7 governors in my former state went to prison. And I cannot even begin to count the number of crooked legislators. It destroyed an entire political party. Voter turnout was low. In a fast-growing state like Arizona, gerrymandered districts are an invitation to corruption and malfeasance. They encourage political extremism. We cannot have it here. Thank you.
Hi, Ann Emerson, Sedona, Arizona. I'm going to just echo a lot of what you've heard tonight, probably a majority of the voices. I've lived in Sedona since 1986. In 1988, I was part of the majority that voted to incorporate Sedona so that we could operate as a unified community. The map that's being proposed at this injuncture splits Sedona along county lines, once again creating a divided entity. The residents didn't want this in 1988, and we certainly don't want it now. We want to be aligned with our communities of interest, which is the Verde Valley and Flagstaff, as you've heard over and over and over again. The one thing I want to say is Arizona is now a competitive state on the federal level. Our state governance and legislatures should reflect that as well. The one thing I'd like to say is please, in the spirit of independence, support the competitive needs in our state. And hopefully you haven't made up your minds and truly listen to us. The citizens, our needs as citizens to protect our fragile democracy. Because what we're doing right now, all of us in this room, is democracy at work. It's mind-numbing and exciting. And God bless us all for staying here this late. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Amerso. I am speaking for Pat Corrington, who unfortunately is not feeling well and could not make it. Because the decisions you're about to make will impact our lives for many years to come, we who live in the northern section of Sedona feel our hearts have been broken. My husband and I live in what is casually called Uptown in Sedona. This refers to the area which is first encountered when coming down Oak Creek Canyon from Flagstaff. We live in the area where Sedona was first settled and the town developed. Now, with the redistricting, our part of Sedona, the original Sedona, is being ripped away from the rest of our community and being placed with communities with whom we have nothing in common. Our friends, our clubs and organizations, our places of worship are all part of the entire Sedona, and we will no longer be a part of that community. Issues at the state level that affect our community will not be viable points of discussion and voting. As a tourist community, our needs and concerns are different from those of other rural districts. Our identity is with Sedona. We will have no voice in the governance of the area in which we live. Please consider our unique situation and move us back with the rest of our community. The map recommended by the Coconino Board of Supervisors, LDF 50 and 51, would be our preference and would be more fair to these disenfranchised members of the Sedona community. Thank you.
My name is Toby Friedman, and I've been a resident of Sedona for over 20 years. I live in Yavapai County, LD6, CD1 in northern Arizona. I'm also a precinct captain. The reason I mention that I'm a precinct captain is because being one meant that I did not qualify to apply for the 2021 Independent Redistricting Commission. Otherwise, I might have been chosen and serving with you. I wanted to be on the commission because I'm a hard worker and I'm always interested in supporting the people of Arizona. I would have worked hard to make sure that our new legislative districts were chosen as communities of interest. I would have worked hard to make sure that they were not gerrymandered. I would have worked hard to make sure that they met the standards of the Voting Rights Act. But most of all, I would have worked hard to make sure that each district met the standard of competitiveness so that every citizen's voice would have been heard at the ballot. If I were on the commission, I would have not voted for your LD5 and LD7 maps. They're not competitive. You may have noticed that. A legislative district is supposed to be between 4 and 7% competitive. Those maps are 23% competitive. One side is always going to win an election. The other side is never going to win an election, and that will happen for the next 10 years. There are some alternative maps, LDF 050, LDF 051, which aren't exactly as I would have drawn them, but at least they are competitive. I could not apply to join your commission, so I'm asking that you represent me and the people of Sedona, the Verde Valley, and Flagstaff with competitive maps. Thank you for hearing our voices.
Good evening, IRC members. I want to thank you for seeing us and for listening tonight. I know that we're all tired here. My name is Nancy Robb Dunst. I live in Sedona, Arizona. I've lived here for 27 years, and I'm an artist, an activist, and an educator, and I have lived in Arizona for more than 60 years. I am against the district map that you are designing. Currently, you have created 3 non-competitive districts in northern Arizona. You can't stay non-competitive as non-competitive districts because it's not legal. So our preference is to keep the Verde Valley and Sedona aligned with Flagstaff, and here's why. In regard to community interest, we Sedonans don't go to Prescott. We either shop in Flagstaff or Cottonwood, but not Prescott. For education, we go to Clarkdale, Sedona, or Flagstaff, but not Prescott. For medical, we go to Cottonwood, Sedona, or Flagstaff, but not Prescott. Most of us shop, eat, attend, and share cultural events and medical issues in Flagstaff, not Prescott. In my 27 years that I have lived here in Sedona, would you like to guess how many times I've been to Prescott? Twice. That's it. Thank you.
I'm Sue Gould. I respectfully that the commissioners have failed to create competitive legislative districts in northern Arizona, as you've been hearing all night. Instead, the proposed maps for LD 5, 6, and 7 have created 2 districts with a nearly 30% advantage to one party and 1 district with a 42% advantage to one party. These are safe districts where voters of the disadvantaged party hardly have any incentive to put forth a candidate guaranteed to lose an election or any incentive to vote in an election where there is nobody running whom these voters can support. In addition, as a 23-year resident of Sedona, I'm horrified to see our small community of about 10,000 residents split into 2 legislative districts with whom we share little to no communities of interest. I live in the Coconino part of Sedona, yet hardly know as I drive around town whether I'm in Coconino or Yavapai County, which is true for about 99% of the people who live in Sedona, I would guess. Yet we are under a single city government and city council dealing with our mutual concerns about traffic problems, the lack of affordable housing for our service employees, and many, many other issues. The proposed LD5 and LD7 district maps connect us to communities hundreds of miles away from the issues of Sedona. We don't shop in those areas, we don't recreate there, our hospitals and medical professionals aren't located there, among many other dissimilarities. There is zero chance that any legislator representing us in those proposed legislative districts will have any reason to care about the needs of a piece of Sedona with about 2,400 residents. I urge the commissioners to reconsider their very unfair proposed maps, reject their lack of communities of interest. Thank you.
My name is Angelica Cosentino. I live in Cottonwood, Arizona. I am also in favor of LD 050 and 051. I was born in Cottonwood and I've lived in the Verde Valley most of my life. I attended school in Sedona High School as well as in Cottonwood. I graduated in 2001. The years I attended both schools, I had countless classmates at each school who were not only close friends, but we participated in community events together, such as teen forums where we made our voices heard in our community. In middle school and high school, our sports teams played primarily with the Coconino County schools. I attended Yavapai College in Clarkdale, and as well as the classes that that college holds at a Sedona campus and the high school in Cottonwood. And of course, countless classmates of mine went on to Flagstaff to attend the closest state university, NAU. The communities of Flagstaff, Sedona, and Cottonwood, we do share a rich history. The Verde Valley has always had a community of interest independent of Prescott and Prescott Valley. Yavapai County has a growing population, the largest growth rate in northern Arizona. With a county that large, we need more representation, not less, something we would not get with the current proposed maps that would cut our representation in half. County lines do not represent community of interest. We need competitive districts that encourage participation, civic engagement from voters, and where independent voters will have more impact. A competitive district will also ensure legislators listen and respond to all its constituents. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marlene Mason. I live in the village of Oak Creek, one of the unincorporated Verde Valley communities. I am thankful for the proposed draft maps for LD5 and CD2. The commissioners listened to our communities of interest and they got it right. My only ask is that the city of Sedona is kept in one district, and that is LD District 5. This would keep our Verde Valley communities of interest together. Counties should be kept together whenever possible. Prescott is the center of Yavapai County government. County government provides unincorporated communities like the village of Oak Creek with road maintenance, law enforcement, planning and zoning, and other authoritative needs. Dividing the county on these issues at the legislative level will dilute any reasonable solutions to problems requiring the need of a state response. The Verde Valley communities are better together with Prescott. The median age in the village of Oak Creek is 63 years, and in Sedona it's 61. In Prescott, the median age is 58 years. Compare that with Flagstaff, where the median age is 25 years. That is a huge difference. In addition, 42.2% of the population of the village of Oak Creek is over 65 years old. In Sedona, it's 42.6. In Prescott, that percentage is 37.3. But in Flagstaff, it is only 8.4%. Again, a huge difference. Whatever way you look at it, we are better together with Prescott. I sincerely thank the members of this commission for their efforts in maintaining our communities of interest and respecting our county boundaries, which are two elements of the redistricting criteria in the Arizona Constitution. Thank you.
And we have the next group of speakers, and this may be the final group of speakers. If you don't hear your name called at this point, please come see me. And if you hadn't filled out a card or you thought you did, we can take care of that. The first speaker will be Mary Kokula, followed by Margaret Connery. Then the third speaker is Diane Lenz. Fourth speaker is Howell Usher. The fifth speaker is Bill Feldmeyer. Sixth speaker is Peggy Chaikin. Seventh speaker is James Warren. Eighth speaker is Jerry Martin. Ninth speaker is James Aradol. And then the final speaker is John Mitchell.
I am Mary Kakula, and I am reading a letter on behalf of Jack Fine of Sedona. I moved to Arizona in 1971 and have lived and worked throughout the state since that time. Getting acquainted with the demographics, social and political forces, economics, workforce and employment, and physical influences have been important elements of my work. My wife and I purchased our home in Sedona in 2013 and retired here in 2016. Although changing somewhat over time, most similar influence for the city remain within the Verde Valley, including the village of Oak Creek. Under the presumption that the commission is in fact independent, I am shocked that our property would be included within the legislative district that also includes Payson. Meanwhile, West Sedona and the village of Oak Creek would fall within the legislative boundaries with the city of Prescott. Dividing our city and including the remnants with cities that share few, if any, similar influence seem not only partisan, but also punitive. Since 2018, the state has taken away our home rule. Our neighborhoods have been wrecked by the Senate Bill 1350, and now the IRC is recommending splitting us between two separate legislative districts. For the sake of the full-time residents of Sedona, please consider a revision that keeps Sedona all together along with our Verde Valley influences. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Connery, and I live in the village of Oak Creek. But you know, when I get my mail at my house, it has a Sedona address. My driver's license has a Sedona address on it. I identify with the city of Sedona. Village of Oak Creek, Sedona, West Sedona, we are a community. We are a community of interests, and we share interests related to development, self-government, preserving our natural resources, caring for our climate, and maintaining an economy that's based on tourism. Not Prescott. Prescott does not share these interests with us. Yet you propose to put the village of Oak Creek and West Sedona in a district with Prescott, a district that has a 30-point majority of one party. Any vote from a Democrat or independent or any other minority party will be washed out, invalidated. People from not the majority party in Prescott will be basically disenfranchised. Basically, no need to vote for the next 10 years. What we need is competitive districts, districts that work toward that 5% guideline that you have set. I urge you to adopt LDF maps 50 and 51 as endorsed by the Sedona City Council and Flagstaff and many of the elected officials that you've heard here today. Maintain a competitive district, preserve our community interests, and make my vote count. Thank you.
My name is Diane Lenz. I'm a resident of Clarkdale, and I thank the Commission for coming to the Verde Valley. My economic, employment, medical, cultural community of interest includes the Verde Valley, Sedona, Flagstaff, and the tribal nations of Northern Arizona, where I've worked my whole career. My request right up front is that the Commission adopt the proposed Navajo Nation Congressional District Map, CDF-10, and the proposed Coconino County Supervisors maps of the Legislative District maps, LDF 50 and 51. Yavapai County has the largest growth rate in Northern Arizona. The current Keep Yavapai County Together maps have a negative impact on my declared community of interest. And more importantly, they actually cut in half governmental representation for all Yavapai County. They cut from, we lose 2 federal representatives, or we have currently 2 federal representatives and 6 state legislators that represent the county as a whole. What we would end up with is 1 congressional representative and 3 state legislators to represent, again, all of Yavapai County. More representation results in more opportunity for more issues to be heard from more different perspectives. As established by Proposition 106, the Independent Redistricting Commission is mandated to adopt fair, competitive congressional and legislative districts that respect communities of interest. The current proposed maps for the Verde Valley do not fulfill either the intent or the spirit of the proposition. Thank you.
You folks have a daunting task without possibility of pleasing everyone. Thank you for your service and good luck. I am a Democrat, but have voted Republican based on the candidate's views in the past. My name is Howie Usher. I have been a resident of the Verde Valley since 1988, and as of 1992, my wife and I have been residents, homeowners, and voters in Clarkdale, here in the Verde Valley. I came here to teach science at Mingus Union High School, which I did for 25 years. I'm here tonight to support fair and competitive districting, particularly LDF maps 50 and 51 and CDF map 10. One of your guidelines, competitiveness, does not mean partisan, quite the contrary. As established by Prop 106, the IRC is mandated to adopt fair and competitive congressional legislative districts. Alas, a significant number of the IRC proposed maps are neither. I support maps LDF 50 and 51, as well as map CDF 10 for 3 reasons. They are fair and competitive. They encourage candidates to pay attention to all of their constituents of all parties. They also encourage voters of all parties to participate in the democratic process. A significant number of the IRC maps are neither fair nor competitive, and therefore fail to succeed in any of the above. I urge competitiveness and fairness in redistricting as mandated by Prop 106. Please support and adopt maps LDF 50 and 51, as well as CDF 10, all fair and competitive districts. Thank you for your service.
Usually when you say goodnight, go to bed. So I'll say it's not good night yet, but good evening still. My name is Bill Feldmeyer, and I'm from Camp Verde. I've been here all evening like you have. And I wanted you to know that I came here completely comfortable with your District 5 configuration that you have put forth. But, because there's always a but somewhere along the line with commas, after listening to the numerous folks from Sedona about their bifurcation, I think they've got a point. I really feel like that they ought to be combined. The other part of the but is that if they feel so compelled to be together and to move into the Flagstaff area district, I say let them have at it. But and you ought to, if you can, try and accommodate that wish of theirs. But I don't want them speaking for me in Camp Verde or the folks that I know in Camp Verde. We want to stay rural, and we're certainly comfortable in District 5 as you have indicated today. And with that, I'll say good night.
Good evening. Thank you for staying with us tonight, and I hope you have a good trip back wherever you're going. I appreciate all your diligence with this. I know you can't please everyone. I'm a long-term resident of the Verde Valley region. I lived in Cottonwood, I've lived in Clarkdale, I taught in Camp Verde, I've lived in Flagstaff, and now I live in Sedona over the last 50 years. My community of interest is the community that is working towards solutions for the climate and housing problems that are pressing on our residents and workforce in the Verde Valley Flagstaff region. We need representation that will reflect the values of conservation with great respect for land and vital resources. The competitiveness of our present district as drawn on these maps has given us no balance. What we have right now with our representative is a moderate public servant who is responsive to these needs for a full range of the constituents. The draft maps, which split Sedona and gerrymander our district of Northern Arizona, do not fulfill the mandate of Proposition 106. They are way out of range of competitiveness. You must be tired of hearing that word, but it might take you to court if you don't get in alignment with it. Please respect the needs of the people in our area so that the leaders will be responsive to community needs and not spend their time perpetuating party divides. Flagstaff, Sedona, and the Verde Valley share a common interest in the issue of water conservation, while Flagstaff, Sedona, and the Verde Valley workers and residents are forced by their legislature
Evening. It's almost over. James Warren, I live here in Cottonwood. We've been residents here now for almost 12 years, started coming here nearly 20 years ago. I'm a veteran, and on November 11th, I celebrated with many other veterans by taking our classic car with my wife to Prescott and participating in the parade. We're in Prescott very often. I'm a member of an organization over there, and we go over there sometimes to dine, but certainly to shop. I feel somewhat bad for the people of Sedona who have never been in a Costco or never been in a Lowe's, because you've got to go over to Prescott to get in one of those stores. But maybe they'll find their way at some point. On the issue of Flagstaff, my grandson graduated high school a couple years ago. He's now a senior in college. Going up to Flagstaff is reminiscent of the party that my daughter threw for him with his high school roommates, or classmates, I should say. It's a totally alien society from what we have here in Verde Valley. And I'm very comfortable here with my peer group. I was a different person when I went in the service. I was a different person when I was a young parent. And I was a different person when I was a vice president in a corporate environment. And when I finished my career running IT at a community college, I was a mature person. Hopefully, that's what I am now, although my wife might dispute that. But I like this community. I'm very comfortable in this community. And I'm comfortable in Sedona or Prescott. Thank you.
We always save the best for last. Is that not right? And to your question, I don't think it was anything to do with Native Americans, and certainly I didn't take it that way. But what I do think the meaning was the transplants that have been invading Arizona. That's my opinion. Now, first of all, my name is Jerry Geronimo Martin. I am the great-great-grandson of the legendary Geronimo of Arizona. I live in Camp Verde as opposed to in the San Carlos Reservation by choice. And I'm here to say that what is going on with this redistricting it's already been done 10 years ago. Why are we trying to reinvent the wheel? Well, I can tell you why. Because this is not only going on here in Arizona, it's going on in Ohio, it's going on in Indiana, it's going on in Virginia. We are aware of what's going on. And this talk of competitiveness, if Arizona didn't have a competitiveness, how did we move from Trump to Biden? It doesn't make any sense. And having your neighbor be in one party and the other party, no matter how many people you put in a tent, when they come out and vote, the number is going to be the same, whether they're in one tent or another, because it all goes into the big pot, okay? You know? So the next thing I got to say is that, number one, most important, especially to myself, my ancestry, Sedona is the Apache holy grounds, just like to the Israelites, Mount Sinai is their holy ground. Don't divide it.
Thank you. Thank you. Right now, that concludes our speaker. Is it that put in the card to speak that we have not called? That concludes the speakers in Cottonwood. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. This was a great example of democracy in action. Please keep engaged, and with that, we will adjourn.
Good night.